Hello everybody and welcome to Paddling Pool 293. I am Pat here with Manafi. Manafi, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good today. I'm pretty excited to commentate for just Dapple Productions and Paddling Pool, and I'm here today, and we're gonna be starting it off on Inkblot Clams, which are one of my favorite maps for Clamblitz.
Yeah, it's honestly always an interesting Clam Blitz. It's the kind of Clam Blitz map where you have that alleyway, that flank that allows you to get behind the basket sneakily if the other team doesn't pay enough attention. And just threatening that, even if like these teams are good, they will not let that happen. But you have to pay attention to it all the time, and that's that extra pressure, that extra thing to think about, which makes Clam Blitz more interesting as a game, because it requires you to stay coordinated as a team, and it's a great way to see which of these teams has a better team spirit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As you pointed out, all the communication and coordination. It like this requires a lot, especially for this mode, because you need all of like these resources, the specials, and when to start like making all these pushes and to make it like all worth it. This is like any of these teams can really pull it off. They need to have like these things of like resources to like actually start with these pushes. And I think for Climb Blitz on Inkblot, this is like a great example for this map, because like when you have like all the like the steps and then right in front of to the other steps on the right, it's just like just have like all these like tools that you can really use. And hopefully for both of these teams, we'll see for how we can really play, because I have no idea what these teams have played, so pretty excited.
Yeah, well, time to watch them play. Now let's get on with the game. And on one side we see a Splattershot Pro Forge, which we don't see that enough. And on the other side, I love the ballpoint splatling, which is such a cool weapon.
Oh yeah, like I like to see where you could play like ballpoint. It's just like a weapon that, oh, it's not the ballpoint meta anymore, but they're just playing it just because we love this weapon, and we love to see it here in this first game here. And going back to the Forge though, it's like very interesting you pointed that out too, because like Forge is like not a weapon that you play, but then the mid decapitator gets knocked out by the Inkjet. So like so far of this game, we're not really starting off some pretty strong stuff. As soon as I said that, the mid decapitator was able to get 2 there, and we're already seeing some excitement going on here. But I don't think there's any resources they could do. But as soon as I said that, that's a wipeout, and now they can start throwing all these clams in with all these specials, as I pointed out before this game too.
Yeah, Basket is open. Prismatic doesn't have that many clams to follow through, but enough to at least keep the basket open a little bit longer, and they put a bit more clams in there. The Tidings are tidying up the platform now and pushing Prismatic away. I mean, that's a decent first push for Prismatic there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very decent amount of push right there. I like how the first of aggression to like this early game here is really worked to their favor, and now Tidings have to really find their way back into this, because look at the paint like on the map here. Like this is all orange, and it's Prismatic taking all of this control here.
Yeah, they're not stopping. They still have a lot of control right there, but it looks like Tidings are getting a few splats. They're still hesitant to get onto mid, and that big bubbler will slow them down. That should allow the rest of Prismatic to respawn. So these splats allow Tidings to take a little bit of map, but not that much. They still need another push in order to get to the basket.
Yeah, absolutely. And you already see Prismatic really holding it, really holding in for this defense here, because now you already see the Tidings is having more of the map control, but you already see the Mint Decapitator and the Gal are already just pushing up super early on when they don't have the map control. But like just how confident that they really are to play like for their roles here, this just really brings up so much of like confidence here. And we already see the Mint Decapitator was able to get 1 there, but there's still not a power clam from Prismatic to like get this push. So I don't know if we really want to do that. Booyah Bomb gets pulled out and nothing has really happened, but still Prismatic has the map control.
They have the map control, and Tidings are stuck on their own platform, simply trying to defend, simply trying to keep themselves there, as Prismatic is making another clam and putting it in the basket. It's reopened, but do they have enough for a follow-up? Can they extend their lead, Manaphy?
No, it looks like they're not going to be able to do that now, because like the power clam, yes, you get it, but like you don't have that much any clams or anybody else to follow up on that. So they have to retreat from that and just regain back to mid. So we're already seeing it here. So Tidings are really have to find more. Like even just getting 1 pick is still just not enough for Tidings really getting to this control here.
Yeah, it's a struggle for the Tidings right now. They have 2 players down, and Prismatic are getting behind the basket, are collecting a lot of clams right there, and preparing probably the push behind. With the Booyah Bomb, they should be able to reopen the basket.
Yeah, they do reopen the basket, and you already see 1 member in the Prismatic was holding up into their bats for a little while and then passing over the Clams to just score. But we're only a minute in, so I feel like for this game can really just happen if we see we already see 3 members down on Prismatic. So I think this is a great opportunity for Tidy Tidings to actually make this push here. So make it 2 down. So here they go. A pad, they are gonna score more, but let's see if there's any more follow-up because they don't really have that much clams. They need another power clam, or they need more clams to like throw the resources. We already see Ella here try to super jump to that, but they do get this lead here. So they get the lead, but only just by a little bit. All they gotta do is just hold on for this match. Only 20 seconds left, Pat.
Huge push by the Tidy Tidings, who were pummeled for most of this game, but they showed that they can get it done when they need, and now it's on Prismatic to go forward, do whatever they can, and Tidy Tidings suddenly, they know that all they need to do is keep themselves in defensive positions, dodge that Booyah Bomb, and defend the basket.
They gotta do that. The inkjet has been popped, but gets shut down. But they have to get more. Oh, but we already see Rain able to get 2 picks. And I think that's just gonna be it now, unless there's gonna be some kind of miracle happening. Pencil really tried to go, but we already see. Oh, but they missed! They missed! Oh my goodness! Oh, just as soon as I saw Prismatic was really just pushing it to their limits right there, trying to score for the basket, but just it wasn't enough time left. And Tidy Tidings hold on to the first game.
And what a first game by the Tidy Tidings. I mean, they were struggling most of that game, but once they had that one push, they were able to go forward and to simply hold their lead, get the clams in position, get more clams under the basket, and showing that great coordination that you need to have when you're pushing, when there is that clock on the basket and you need to get all the points. And from then on, it was just clean up. Prismatic, I mean, they showed great control, but now they need to be able to seal the deal if they want to take a game.
Yeah, this is a really, like, you had that lead for mostly that entire game, but then just losing it from, like under a minute. Tidy Tidings were able to get all these resources and the clams and the power clams all together here, and that just gave them the lead, and Tidy Tidings could just really just sit back and play the defense there, and it was, like, slightly a little close that Prismatic would have almost scored, but it just wasn't enough time. They, like, Prismatic members really had to really push it and just try to get those get that one power clam and then just throw it. But again, it was not enough time. Tidy Tidings really played that super well on defense.
Yeah, and this is the power of that one big push and of having a defense that can survive this onslaught that Prismatic was giving us. Tidy Tidings simply playing the long game, waiting for that one big opportunity that they were preparing. Prismatic right there, they're going to need to regroup a little and be ready for that next big push that Tidy Tidings is going to give us. And we'll see how they do on a game where at least control is a bit more important. How you do throughout the game is more important, which could play into the hand of Prismatic. We're going to go to Splat Zones and to Robo Roman.
Like, here on this map mode for Splat Zones, this is like very, very important to like get a lot of control. Whoever has the zone and has more map control, this is just like the map that you need to really play. And it looks like no comp has changed. Everyone's comfortable with what they're using, and that's what I would like to see. And here we are. We're already seeing some members already just try to pay for fighting for zone, but there has to be some sort of pick here if they want to get it. But Prismatic will be getting the first zone check here.
Yep, pretty nice opening back. Prismatic 2 down onto Tidy Tidings. We're moving back, leaving some ground onto Prismatic. Trying to get back in there, and with Booyah Bomb, they should be able to at least get some 2 down onto Prismatic. They only need to paint the zone, and we have a game.
We do really indeed have a game here. Prismatic. Prismatic really had to like really find a way here, but it looks like we're already seeing so much specials, strikes, and just everything. We already see some members going down on Tidy Tidings though, and that gives Prismatic, because you already know they're angry from like first game, and this is like how we're seeing a difference maker from them. If they're able to play this super with this control here, they could for sure knock this game out. We already see it inkjet pulled by Luby here. We'll be able to get a pick, so they gotta stop all the members of Tidy Tidings to really go for this. But Dark pulls the Booyah Bomb, but I don't know if it's gonna be quite enough here. Dark will try to be a play hero here, but I don't think it's just enough, Pat. It'll be just a quick knockout by Prismatic. Game 2, we're going to game 3.
Manaphy, no. Colors were wrong on the card. That was Tidy Tidings winning right there.
Oh, was it? Oh, it was. Oh, I got the mixed colors up. My bad.
Yep, we mixed up the colors. Sorry. Tidy Tidings just won this game and won it big. I mean, full control. Prismatic almost got back in there. Almost got the control over the zone, but Tidy Tidings simply holding the zone, not letting penalty be applied, and keeping control after control. I mean, it's like Tidy Tidings got pummeled for most of game 1, but once they were into Prismatic's head, they just won. They just got more and more.
Tidy Tidings, like, man, like, we already thought that Prismatic would just be the difference maker of like game 2, but it just wasn't really the case here, because Tidy Tidings really pulled it out together, especially from that very first game when they had no control of like the map the whole entire time of game 1. I feel like all they had to do was just really stall the time and then just find an opportunity to like make their push when it matters most. And they did it.
Yeah. Well, that was round number 1 of this Battling Pool 293. We have way more rounds to come. Prismatic still have more games to play because we're in a double elimination bracket. Tidy Tidings will advance and so will we. We'll take a short break as we prepare the next round. Do not go anywhere. And welcome back. We're already into round number 2, and we're going to watch a real return going against Distinct. Manaphy was still in best of 3. This time we will see tower control.
Yep, for the very first for game here, and we weren't able to get a Rainmaker game from last set, so hopefully we will see like at least we go to see all 3 games. That's just what I really want to see for most of like these matchups.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Starting on to this one, onto Shipshape Cargo Company. The first checkpoint is always underestimated. I feel like both teams are kind of guaranteed to get it, but it can take a lot of time to get through it. You really need to clear up the space because it's such a long checkpoint. You really need to establish yourself. But once you have that checkpoint, you can really snowball things, get onto the second checkpoint, and this is where the real fight happens, usually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Getting through all these checkpoints on this map is just very rule. You need the spacing to like receive that very first checkpoint, as you pointed that out. And I feel like if you were able to like get more of control of the onto the left with that tower and through that first checkpoint, I feel like a difference maker can be like so much to like gain with a lot of control, so that will prevent like anyone trying to avoid going there, unless there's like something we see from like a defensive side trying to pull something out here. But we'll see, because I have no idea any of these teams are, so we'll really get to see how these teams played out. And we see double Splatling comp here, which we like to see, and that's a charcoal decavitator as well. That's very like interesting like choices here.
Yeah, we get to see more inkjets, Manaphy. Love it. And yeah, we'll see what Oreo Return is able to do. They're already in position right there. Rafa has to move away with that decavitator. Ooh, that's a risky drop. You don't want to drop there onto two opponents. Right now, Oreo Return, thanks to the bubbler, are able to keep themselves alive, but it looks like Distinct are going to take the tower and try to get the first push.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, you already see most of the members here, and we already see Muju, Jay are like probably the only members left, but they were still trying to, like, we already see some of the members of Distinct trying to get that checkpoint, but it just, like you said before, the spacing really matters most here. And I feel like here we already see the Z Mini already taking control of the tower here and then placing a bubble just to protect it, to getting first checkpoint there. And I'm not really surprised about the mini pick, because like I feel like mini is like the Z Mini specifically is a pick where you could play for around bubble, and it like paints very well, plays aggressively very well. It's just like, I'm excited. Like, I'm happy. I'm happy that Z Mini is getting around. But we already see some really crazy things. As soon as I saw that too, oh my goodness, we already see Tiger able to get some picks here. That's gonna be 2 picks. Pat, I don't know how you're excited, but I'm really excited. As soon as I was talking, I was like, I saw that play. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's not something. Tiger is not going to be able to jump away, but that's still a very easy first checkpoint thanks to all of these moves right there. Distinct is in the court, getting the jumps back in, waiting for the whole team to be there to get the push. But Oreo Return, now they are in defensive positions. Now they are ready to wait for anything Distinct to try to throw at them, and both teams are still fighting for this tower.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The bow was a little struggling right there, but was able to survive right there. But we already see Distinct with another inkjet, able to get another one, and I think it's just going to be game there. How is Oreo Returns going to stop Distinct right there? You can't. All those specials were just used, and the aggression just was everything from them. Oh my goodness. They played that so well.
Yeah. I mean, it was really Distinct taking control of this whole map, pushing forward simply in order to force Oreo Return to look in the wrong spot, to not pay attention to the tower, as the whole team was able to get in. Look at that, Rafa with a jetpack right there, allowing Tiger and Afro to get in, and Tiger from then on simply getting splat after splat after splat, almost getting away with it while the tower is moving forward. And then after that, Distinct, all they needed to do was wait for their team to regroup and get another push, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and you already see like all these members of Distinct really just took so much that entire time, and the game too. That just like, it feels like there's no difference from like any of these from Distinct, because they just played so much better from like the very first game and that very first push. And we already saw from like the instant replay, just very insane like play we got to see right there. As soon as I stopped, like I was talking my way through, and then I saw that play. Oh my goodness, we're already in for this treat here.
Yeah, and now we are going back to Clan Blitz on to Inkblot Art Academy. This map was chosen by Distinct too. That has to feel good for Distinct to know that they beat their opponent on their map, on the map they wanted to play on. And now going on to Clan Blitz, Distinct, I mean, they're a well-established team. They have a lot of coordination. I have to think that Clan Blitz is a very, very good mode for them.
Yes, absolutely. And we're already gonna go into like the second game here, and I'm expecting probably not a lot of changes from both sides because I feel like everyone's playing with their comfort, and I just feel like nothing will really get changed. So Tiger once again on the roller, Charcoal's still staying, and actually there's one change. So instead of using the 47, it is the 79 this time around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to have a few splashdowns that will allow a real return to simply deny the pushes. And ooh, Distinct lost 2 players there. It looks like a real return are getting a first good push and are getting in their mooch, defending with that bow, able to stay alive despite that attack right there. That's huge. Distinct staying in control of their side, losing more players. That's going to be a real return, getting more and more clans.
Oh my goodness. Never underestimate the Z-Mini. That is just something that you never want to be up close to that. And we're already still seeing Distinct is really holding on with their defense though. But we already see some members already into the bats. So I think they're going to probably score this right now. Tiger goes down. And I think there's just going to be more members go down. But it's just going to be trade for trade. Splashdown will be used, but I don't think there's going to be enough for a push here, so it'll just be holding on for now into this game. And Rafa goes down by a sweet Oreo there, and look at this. It's just very fast pace here that we're just really seeing. Zuko being popped out, and I'm just like very fatigued of like how both of these teams are playing.
Yeah, okay, and it looks like right step to a wall right there. I mean, I feel like Oreo Returns could have gotten more of that push, only getting 20 points after all the advantage that they built. That's the resilience that Distinct was able to build up. And we know that on this map mode, you can always get a comeback with a good push right there. Right now, everybody's falling like fly. We see people down left and right. Tiger getting that splat with the roller right there is going to allow a push for Distinct, provided they get ready. They have the clams, Manaphy.
Oh yeah, they do indeed. 16 is definitely a lot for them to make this push. Inkjet does pulled out and the bubble, but Illustrator, you already see the Z-Mini just does not care. Gets more picks, and that will give more Oreo Returns have an opportunity to make another push here. We're already seeing a lot of members going down, so now they gotta, but it looks like they're being pushed back a little bit, but specials are being used, but the power proclaim does go down by the Gal, but I thought it was their opportunity to push, but I just don't think there was that much follow-up, but we already see so much of things are already happening, Pat. Oh my goodness.
Yep, so much is happening, and right now, That Zimmy is not stopping, getting into more fight, getting more splats, and forcing this thing to constantly move back, constantly retreat. Ooh, slashed by the Decavitator. It looks like Rafa is able to get a very, very nice trade right there. Distinct is back in the fight, but they need to set a foothold on mid now.
Absolutely, like, the Z-Mini just really does not care. Like, once again, we already see the Decavitator already getting some picks, so I think it's a now for Distinct to really make their push, but the power club is still not there, but they are able to score more, but they do have the power, like all the clams to like score more, so we're already seeing more, but there's still any members down on the side of Distinct though, because I feel like Oreo Returns is not getting any members down. That's a 1-for-1 trade though, but they still have more clams to score, but I think that's just going to be it now for Distinct's push, so Oreo Returns will hold on.
Yeah, Distinct gets wiped out, but they get a very, very nice push off of this right there. Now it's an Oreo Return to go forward to try to get things. I mean, they don't have that much of a lead to come back, but they only have 1 minute to get a push, Manaphy.
Yeah, they only have one push left, only 45 seconds left. So it's only the knot does go down by Oreo Returns. But the roller, that's actually huge, getting down. But the big ticket, the decapitator's going down. It's just only the bow player left alive. So they gotta score more. But the bow is stalling enough time for them to get back. But I just don't think it's gonna be quite enough. So now here we go. We're getting Oreo Returns throwing more clams in, but I think it's just going to be a slight lead from now on, but it's just going to be a dead push. Oh my goodness, Pat. We're already seeing so much of the intensity of this game, too.
Oh, and that's power opposite.
How are you doing that, Z-Mini? How are you doing this? You're a monster. Oh my god, it's another pick. The Z-Mini is, oh my goodness, Pat. I don't know what I'm witnessing from the Z-Mini. Oh my god.
Oh, that's incredible. That Z-Mini just made a bad game and crushed the dreams of Distinct. Distinct now, they need to run at the basket as fast as they can. They have Tiger under the basket. Can they jump in time? They have the jump, but it's too late.
Oh my goodness. That was just that overtime, Pat. I was just over too excited because of how many picks did that Z-Mini get? Definitely more than 5 right there. Oh my goodness. That just all those picks just really saved Oreo Returns from taking this lead here. That saved them the game. Getting those picks. And we already see in this instant replay here from the beginning. They had this push here, but there was not a lot of follow-up on the clams though, and it just was so close. And we already see the unfortunate wall kill right there. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. I hope you are, Pat, and everyone to the stream that is watching. Oh my god. This set is just a crazy sets we're watching here.
Yeah, that is a very good start, and it's all going to be decided now on the tiebreaker map, which is a Rainmaker on the Humpback Pump Track. I'm bad with words right now. And I have to say, Tiger with that roller was incredibly powerful right there. Going on to Humpback, that will be the firepower for Distinct.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of just how well they played in Tower Control, Shapeshift. That is just a difference maker that they really played that game so well. All the map control, and they just not really a quick knockout, but just knocked out the entire game right there. So this is where it all matters most, because points don't matter. I feel like knocking out this game just really matters the most. But if you're able to hold on with this defense here, I feel like any team can really do this. But oh my goodness, we're already seeing a very snowballing map here, and Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker is just a great example for a snowballing map.
Especially on here, this is especially a map where 30 seconds can decide the game, where a single push, a single few picks, channel one team to simply grab the Rainmaker, get the lead back, or even get a KO. Unless you get a KO, you are not safe on here. You are never safe on here, and both teams should be very worried of what could happen. But let's get right in there. Let's see how these teams are doing, and it looks like Distinct only has 3 players, so we'll get a replay.
Yeah, we'll definitely indeed get a replay. Unfortunate that there was a little disconnect issue, so we'll definitely get back into this one. So kind of going back into this game though, from this. So game 3 here, both of these teams, as you mentioned about Distinct here, this is a team that is very aggressive and always have all these resources to use to just extend their push. This is a team that Distinct is really were able to do that, especially from the game 1 here. And we only saw a little bit from game 2, but Oreo Returns was just very, very different from that entirety of that game. Just, man, the Z-Mini just really played that, they can make Z-Mini just work. And I love it.
Oh yeah, that Z-Mini was getting the splats. Let's get in the game now. Reminder, this is a tiebreaker between these two teams. The losing team goes to losers bracket, winner team advances, and Distinct bringing both a bucket and a roller on this map will allow them to really fight for mid incredibly well. Meanwhile, Oreo Return are bringing tools to fight more onto the streets right there. Ooh, an early splat onto the pencil, Manaphy, will allow this thing to have an early advantage.
Oh, well, they were able to get like some other picks onto any of those members of this thing. Getting the bucket and the roller is actually huge for Oreo Returns to extend their push. Now they're trying to push back the bow. So Alex here try to just use this whale to just make that bow just run back and just not get anywhere close to the Rainmaker. So I think this is probably just going to be maybe a checkpoint unless there's something happening here. But Rafa does go down, so this is just a very spicy one. The Rainmaker does go down now, so that gives enough time for this thing to really play the map.
Yeah, and right now this thing, they were able to defend the checkpoint. They were able to push Oreo away. They already got a trade right there. The pencil is down. Ooh, they lose 2 players though. That's going to be rough to push. In this condition, it's just Muj with the Rainmaker not being able to confirm the trade. Oreo Returns are back with the Rainmaker in their hands. And if they get a pop, they could even go to the left if they want right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And they just really have to pay attention to more of Tiger here, because Tiger is just a factor to this team that has been able to get the picks from like most of this entire set here for this team. And this is just where you have to really be careful if I were on Oreo Returns.
Yeah, Oreo Return right now losing a few players, but they're tactical out. They will be back in there very, very fast. Muj grabbing the Rainmaker, getting to that checkpoint. We have a lead swap for Distinct, and they're next to that check. In with the splat onto the splash right there. Oh, wait! The Rainmaker died to a bomb, I guess? And that's a stop to that push. Oh, but still a checkpoint.
Yeah, that's a checkpoint for Distinct, but it still could be anyone's game because, like, we're already seeing... Oh, but the bow was able to get the knot from the window right there. Oh my goodness, that was just insane. Able to get the pencil too? Oh my god, Mujay has just been making that this bow could still be used very well. Like, again, you have the mobility, you have the pace. This bow could really just be something here, and I'm excited. And we already see some members down on Oreo Return, so I think this thing could really make their push. As soon as I said that, a commentator's curse, and that just gives enough time for Oreo Returns to like hold on.
Yeah, the second we get to that flat ground onto the street, the bucket and roller advantage that Distinct has is way less effective. And right there, Distinct, it was the shot carrying the Rainmaker, which means they were really lacking good frontliners to get onto the street. Afro is going to be punished right there, and Oreo Returns are getting the checkpoint and are about to get even more. We can see a lead swap very, very fast here, Manaphy.
Yeah, and we already see Alex here on the left side here trying to go for some flank here, but they're not letting any Distinct members to let them go through the left there. But Alex already regrouping with the team and trying to get some more picks. Getting to Tiger is actually pretty huge, but they need to find more if they want to extend a bit of their lead here. But I just think they just need to get more. But Afro is trying to get more members, but able to go down. But we already see the Milk again really just holding this Rainmaker for a little bit longer, but Tiger is having a hard time to get to the members of Oreo Returns, so that gives a little bit of a lead for Oreo Return.
Yeah, that's a very, very small lead, but with just 1 minute left, Manaphy, that could be it right there. Distinct needs a big push now, and they're struggling simply to stay into mid. There is so much green paint around there. Distinct is struggling so hard to establish control, to prepare their next push. Rafa pushing people away with that Dreadringer right there, creating some space, getting some paint. Distinct know that they have the time to prepare a push. Here comes the Reef Slider. And the Bubbler is going to follow suit, and it looks like Distinct is in a good spot to get the lead back.
But the Dread... Yeah, they do get the lead, but they still have a little bit of time left for Oreo Returns, but they still need to keep getting all these members of these picks, but that's just going to be a wipeout. So now, this is your only last chance, Oreo Returns, if you really want to make this as a lead, as a comeback here. So they need these resources. Strikes are available for Oreo Return, so they do get popped. But Alex goes down, the one factor member of this squad. But it just, I don't know if we're really gonna see more. Zuka does get pulled out, but I don't think it's gonna get a single pick. But almost there. Pat, this is just getting intense.
Yeah, Oreo Return are playing the patient game now. They are waiting for their specials. Here come the Ink Rain. That's going to allow them to get some. Afro is called out, not able to grab a Rainmaker. The Reef Slider going in. Every special is being thrown right there. Rafa is picked. Only 15 seconds left. And that's it.
Oh, just they really just hold it on right there. I feel like Oreo Returns could have waited a little bit longer for them to have this push, but it just was so close from both sides.
Yeah, there was just less than 15 seconds left on that Rainmaker clock. And at that point, you panic, you want to get in, and that was a rough right there. Distinct, simply able to hold, simply holding till the very last second, throwing everything they have to stop or slow down that Rainmaker.
Yeah, that just gave so much of time for Distinct to really just play this defensively and just wait it out, and then just wait for this opportunity to extend this defense here. And we already see Alex really tried to extend to go to the left, but gets caught. So that made Alex retreat to regroup with the team. So it just, when Oreo Returns got that lead, it just wasn't enough for them. And I know they weren't happy with that lead, so that just gave Distinct enough more time to get this lead here, because you already see the bubble pulled out. Tiger really playing around with the bubble. Just everything that they used right there for Distinct really was just fantastic for them to get the lead once again.
Yeah, it was really a battle of the lead. That's why we love to see Rainmaker on Humpback. There's always a comeback, there's always a way in, and there's always so many fights for that alleyway. And congratulations to both teams. Distinct is going to advance onto the next round. We'll take a break as we prepare to wait for our next teams. We'll see you then. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 293. I am Pat here again with Manaphy, and we are now in best of 5 territory, Manaphy. We get to see more games.
Yes, excited to see more games, and hopefully we get some sets that we play 5 games.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll start with Nasty Plot going against FC Barcelos. Both pretty good teams. I mean, we're getting at this stage of the tournament where any team that's still in winner's bracket is honestly absolutely to pay attention, because they're very, very good. I don't know what to say about these teams except that they're stacked.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into the very first game, we're going back to Claim Blitz once again, and this time we're going to be going on Umami Ruins as a full name, but I just call it Umami, but yeah. But yeah, this map is like, I like this map though, Pat. Like, I feel like, especially like if you talk about Umami as a map, even though it's not splat zones, I feel like getting so much of the control of like the entire map and their base is just so important. Even though, again, we're not playing zones, this is Clan Blitz, very, very different like a map mode here, and I hope we get to see more, because like I want to see more of bit of Clam's Umami, because I don't really get to commentate it myself, so really get to see it here, so I'm excited.
Yeah, well, I feel like Clan Blitz Umami is that kind of Clan Blitz map where you constantly under one of the baskets, where these fights into mid will not last long. The second one team is getting the upper hand in that fight, you want to be defending that basket, because you don't want to let them get their a sneaky way in. Right now, both teams trying to get that control so that they can prepare their first patch, and it looks like Kirby with the range blaster is forced to move back, as Nasty Plot is simply getting more and more ground.
Yeah, and we already just seeing a lot of like takes going on here, and we already see Nasty Plot losing 2 members there, but we're not seeing much of a push from FC Barcelos here, and we're already seeing the much more control map here by FC Barcelos, though. They have the more map control, but the Zuga does get pulled out by Nasty Plot. We already see the roller trying to find some pick there, but has to retreat and just have to shark as a roller, and that's what you have to do. And especially picking up the custom range blaster, because it does get a lot of criticism with this weapon, but it does get lots of it because you do have a better bomb, and having a Kraken just be because it's just Kraken. We're already seeing 2 members down on each side though at the same time, but like but still nothing has happened for like in this entirety of this 3 minutes and 40 seconds of the game.
Yeah, and right now both teams are still fighting for their... Kraken is going to find one, looking to find a second, but no, the rest of Barcelos is down. Nasty Plot is getting their push. They have a lot of clans, they have a lot of control, and they have a Zipcaster going under that basket, creating a lot of havoc and allowing a Super Clam to open the basket. Manaphy?
Yeah, and you saw one of the members going up to that rail was able to get out from that Kraken, and you already see just Nasty Plot opening the basket, but just not enough. So they do have the bit of the map control here. Anthony here on the squeezer, which I love to see some squeezer action here, able to get 2 picks right there. And I'm still shocked that we're still seeing some squeezer, but I love how Anthony is playing it with the weapon here in this game. So Stamper does go down though, so that will lead to the trade on the bucket though. But we're only still seeing Nasty Plot having more of that map control here, and FC Barcel has to really hold this on.
Yeah, but with 2 players down and the triple ink strike, it looks like Barcelos are able to push forward, get back into lead. And now it's on Nasty Plot to defend, to wait for things to happen. The Kraken and the screen are deployed. That is good pushing opportunity for Barcelos, who are still waiting for a bit more before they get in. And I feel like that hesitation could allow Nasty Plot to get back in the game and keep their lead.
Yeah, and bucket going down once again. The Gal does go down, so that actually opens up for a Nasty Plot to actually just push forward here. Stamper really tried to just create a lot of the space here. Zipcaster does get pulled out, but we're not really seeing so much up here for it. But we're already seeing only the Stamper only going down, so Anthony will be the one holding the power clip as well as the pencil. So they got 2 power clips that they could hold on, but I don't think they're gonna be holding up that longer though, because we're already seeing FC Barcelos really try to find some picks here. So that's gonna be 2 members down on the side of Nasty Plot here, but Anthony tried to hold it on here, but we're already seeing we could probably potentially see another push. So that's gonna be 3 members down. So it's only the Stamper left alive. That's gonna be 2 power clubs thrown at here. It's just really incredible that they FC Barcel was having to find that opening right there to get all those 2 power climbs in.
And they don't know that someone is shocking behind them, and they lose 3 players right there. It's just the Stamper again. That Stamper has been such a fixture of Nasty Plot right now. Barcelos are getting more and more. Oh, wait.
My goodness.
Oh, wait. Nasty Plot surviving.
Yeah, Nasty Plot is getting some picks here. That was able to get 3, but they have to find more. But that roller was able to try to get that 1 pick, but just wasn't able to get it. We're only 38 seconds left on this timer, and I feel like anything could really happen at this point.
Yeah. Anything could happen, but Nasty Plot needs to create a big push. They're stuck under their basket, and they need to get forward. They need to get the space right now. Barcelos, all they need to do is get trades into mid right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I have to do. So for the side of Nasty Plot, you really need to find something, but we already see FC Barcelos really just getting all these members from Nasty Plot here, but we'll have to see more of it because Nasty Plot will be forcing this in overtime here. So but we're still seeing FC Barcelos getting those picks, but I don't know if they're going to continue with this push because they still need to buy more. But they do get the pencil player, so that's actually huge. The bucket does go down, but it's just only Anthony left alive, and I don't think they can really make their push. So that'll just be it. FC Barcelos will hold on to the first game 1.
And what a game 1, man. I feel like both teams showed us an incredibly strong defense, showed us how patient they can be and how much control they can get when they are there. I mean, in total, 3 clams were put in the basket. 3 power clams, yes, but just 3 clams were scored in this whole game.
Absolutely. Like, we already seen that both sides have just been playing super well, but when it comes to, like, the actual of, like, these openings here and having to have their push, FC Barcelos was able to do that, and when they got those picks and they were able to get those 2 power clubs in, but I thought they would score more, but that just forced FC Barcelos to retreat and then just play defense there at that point.
Yeah, it was really a matter of dynamic of how you play clams, how you pay attention to the objective, because look at that. FC Barcelos, they knew they had enough clams right there to take the lead, and then they didn't try to go get more clams. They simply waited around the basket, made sure that Nasty Plot could not get a comeback push after that, and it paid off beautifully for them. Give them game number 1, but it's just game number 1 again, Manaphy. We are in a best of 5. There will be more games on, and we're going to follow up with a very much classic of competitive Splatoon, which is Mako Zones.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're going into the game 2 of Mako Zones, and this is just your most classic of a Splatoon's map to play on. Like, if you get all of these stacks and you have a bucket that's just sharking onto those ledges of snipes, like, you're just really in a kind of a good spot there. And having to have this opening here too, with your front line sharking onto the right side of the enemy base, that's just a lot of things that you can really do once you have the zone. This is just, again, classic of a Splatoon map.
Yeah, very much a classic, and very much a map where your ability to camp ledges and do things near these ledges is going to be vital. So I expect to see more rollers, more blasters, more Splatanas, as they can do so much right down here. Here comes the roller. Here comes Blaster, and a bucket. That's going to be pretty nice. Both teams have the tools to do the job. Now let's see what they do.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing some not action here, especially on the 47, because I get to see a little bit of this weapon being played, mostly specifically zones here. But we're already seeing having FC Barcelos getting the first zone, but I think that gives Nasty Plot 2 members down as well. So that just. But I don't think there's really happening, because do they notice that there's 2 members already just by the stack here? But we already see the shot already on the flank here, able to get Anthony, but we'll be able to get more. They do get the roller too, so that also breaks the shred of the bubble. So things could just really end up quickly unless Nasty Plot were able to have some sort of special usage here. Like, they have, I don't know, they have no answer. Roller goes down once again, Pat. This is just really a disaster for Nasty Plot.
Yeah, and it's not stopping during all of these fights, but we're pretty close. But with Barcelos staying on top, they're keeping the zone. And right now there's just 15 ticks left. Nasty Plot needs to run at the zone right now. It's not stopping. And after such a close game 1, Barcelos has all the control and destroys game number 2.
They definitely indeed destroyed Nasty Plot in game 2. That just wasn't even close. Like, you already see the roller was trying their best to get those picks. It just wasn't enough, especially from Makabe there, using the shot, able to get the 1 pick onto the squeezer as well. That gave them so much time to give the zone to at 0, from 100 to 0. I don't think Nasty Plot was able to cap the zone at all that entire time.
No, they weren't. They weren't able to touch the zone. That was pretty much FC Barcelos running at the zone, capturing it, and then keeping it the whole game. It wasn't neutralized, it wasn't stopped. It was just Barcelos making points and staying there, with Nasty Plot really not able to coordinate, getting themselves staggered, panicking a little bit. And now, Manaphy, they're back to the wall. Now they're back to a zone, to a map that they chose, which is Sturgeon Shipyard for tower control. But they need to make it work, because right now it is do or die.
Absolutely, it is do or die, because you need to force another game here if I were on Nasty Plot here, because you were so close to having to almost win the game, but very neutral for game 1, and then getting destroyed in game 2. This is your last chance to force another game, and then forcing to a game 5, unless Nasty Plot pulls the reverse sweep, which, I love reverse sweeps, and I love that for my entire of commentating. That's what I would love to see. So Nasty Plot needs to think it out. They need to really sort things out, and how can they really do against this team. FC Barcelos just really played both of those games pretty well, but Nasty Plot did have some advantages from game 1, but just the game 2 just was so much of loss, because Makake, the one that was using the shot, really played that so patient to shark as well, to find an opportunity to get those picks. It just was not even close for Nasty Plot to get touch zone.
Yeah, Nasty Plot right now, they need better than wishful thinking. They need to win their fight. They need to stay coordinated. They need to take control of the objective. And right now, they need to do it. We'll see if they're able to counter what Barcelos is doing. And going with a Min Decapitator plus a Roller, they will have a lot of bubblers. We'll see if these bubbles are enough to stop the shots coming.
Yeah, and then having on the side of FC Barcelos, having the custom blaster with the splashdown there, I feel like that's something they could really just use the splashdown to find some kind of team fighting happening. So that's far, but the mid decapitator does get the pick, but gets traded off though. So now I feel like we're already starting to get something here. So now the roller was able to get the one pick on the bucket, but will they be getting another? No, they do not. So that just forces most of these members here just to play very kind of neutral here. But does get the blasters. That's actually huge though. You're able to get 2, so that's gonna be 3 members down on the side of FC Barcelos. That's just gonna give now Nasty Plot a really big lead here. And Pat, this is a map where you get to play very snowbally for a Sturgis Shipyard, and they gotta really find these picks if I were on Nasty Plot to extend this lead.
Yeah, that is a very nice first checkpoint for Nasty Plot. They're still going in as long as they're making points, and they have a numbers advantage. 2 down onto Barcelos, and a big bubbler onto the checkpoint right there. That's another checkpoint. Nasty Plot could get a huge comeback right there. They're so close to the KO. Barcelos getting the splats, pushing Nasty Plot away. It's just the Decapitator getting cold and stopped right here. Barcelos saving it. Nasty Plot doing what they need to do.
Yeah, they really needed that. But able to get that pencil right there was actually huge there. But that's going to be 3 members down. It's only the blaster left alive. They just need to kill him right now. And they do that right now. So they have, again, they need to like extend and play this super aggressively and get this control here. Pat, I'm just really shocked by how Nasty Plot is playing right now. Like they're making it like this game is also quick too.
Yeah, and they're getting the pop-offs, they're winning their fights, and right now they're bringing the tower to the end. They're getting the hand. That's 1 point on the board for Nasty Plot. Very, very nice way to change the momentum going into the next game.
Yeah, and we're already for a treat here. Anybody watching to this stream right now, like, get excited because we're already seeing some spicy set here, and we could potentially see a game 5 here as well.
That's a possibility, but I mean, we've seen FC Barcelos. Now, this one, Sturgeon, that was a map chosen by Nasty Plot. We've seen FC Barcelos when they're on the map that they've chosen. In the previous game, they were dominating. They were in absolute control of the game. And they have chosen to go on to a Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, where they will have a lot more ledges. It's a map that's kind of a lot like Macomart instead in terms of how you fight on it. So I understand full well why FC Barcelos wants to go there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is another map where you can get flanked and a lot of opportunities to actually make a push here, because this is one of those maps that you could also just even stall enough time to like even get some of these picks here and then just play with everybody into the front line getting those picks. I think you have a best advantage to have the Rainmaker like almost close to the goal or just knocking out the game.
Yep, lots that could happen. Very much an uphill battle for Nasty Plot right now. They won that previous game, but they're still behind. They still know that FC Barcelos can outplay them. But Nasty Plot, they showed that with the right tools, with the right moment, with the right awareness, they're able to win their fights. They're able to get the picks and they're able to move forward. Going into Rainmaker, they only need to do that for 1 push. 1 push is enough to win, and especially on this map, once you are near the past the checkpoints, you can get a lot of points real fast.
Absolutely. Like, now this is still in the favor of FC Barcelos here. So, again, Nasty Plot needs to win this game if they want to force a game 5 here. And we're seeing a Charcoal Mint Decapitator again here this time. So, and that's an S-Blast as well with the Burst Bomb and Booyah Bomb, which you'd never really see this blaster in like competitive, but we're getting to see it here.
Yeah, it's a very rough blaster to master. But right now it looks like FC Barcelos are in a very good spot. They already have 3 players down on the Nasty Plot, and that's going to be an incredibly easy checkpoint for them. We're not even 30 seconds into the game, and Barcelos are moving in. Dragon right there with a Slosher is behind everybody. They don't know that they're here yet. And here comes the strikes. That is huge. Okay, Nasty Plot able to defend well enough to push. I spoke too soon. FC Barcelos still in control.
Yeah, there's still a bit of control for now. Like, this is still not a lead for FC Barcelos to have the push here, so they need to find more picks from the next side if they want to extend their lead here. But I just don't think it's quite enough because we already see 2 members down on the side of FC Barcelos here, and it's just like we're already seeing Nasty Plot trying to fight back, especially from that 3rd game, Pat.
Yeah,
it's where they have to fight together and getting all the fights right. This is what they had to do from like game 3, and they have to do it in this game if they really want to force a game 5.
Yeah, and right now it's pretty rough. FC Barcelos is fighting as well as they can. Nasty Plot have 2 players down, are trying to get the checkpoint, but they're surrounded right now. Very, very nice defense by Barcelos, who are pushing forward, getting a bit more and trying to end that push. Nasty Plot, they're not stopping, but they keep their control and keeping control. If they're able to keep control of the mid, they should be able to get the next push.
Yes, absolutely, but they do get 2 members down, so but I don't think they're gonna grab that Rainmaker, so it'll reset, so that'll give enough time for FC Barcelos members to like respawn here. So but we're already seeing they're gonna go for the right side of the checkpoint instead of like the left, which I think pretty smart choice that you gotta really when you have the bubble. So they do get the lead only for a little bit of time here. We already see Macaque once again really finds to the front lines here, able to get the roller, and the charcoal is also dead, so that's actually huge. But we're already seeing the pencil being pushed back, so that will have to be forced. But Macaque once again able to get another pick on the pencil. Then Macaque has really been playing super well for the team. Like, just nothing. Oh my goodness.
Is not stopping right now. Nasty Plot, I mean, they didn't get much points on that push, but they got the lead, and right now they're trying to maintain the fight in there. They lose 2 players down on each side. Barcelos are licking their wounds right now, preparing the reset of the Rainmaker. Whoever gets that pop will get a push off of it.
Absolutely, like they still need to find more members if I were a Nasty Plot though, because you still need more members to get down. But it's just gonna be the Rainmaker left alive. But the roller is down though. But the charcoal was able to get that. So and you get another one. But you already see Jade here already uses. They have to use this inkjet. I think they're gonna be able to get him, but that's just gonna be a trade. Oh my goodness, and that shot once again was able to go from behind the Rainmaker, so that gives a bit of time for FC Barcelos to like get back into the game.
Yeah, it is not stopping, but Nasty Plot seems to stay in much of control right there, forcing Barcelos to look to the side before they can do anything. Anthony right there with a squeeze is finally called. It's not over. We're in the last minute, and a single push, the smallest push, could get the lead right there.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for FC Barcelos to maybe get this lead here, but Nasty Plot needs to hold on if they really want to just hold this game out, because they do have the lead by a little bit, so they still need to get more picks if they want to stop the push from FC Barcelos.
Yeah, Barcelos are going forward, getting more and more ground. The power of the Rainmaker to paint so much allows them to simply hold a lot of position, but they lose the Rainmaker, they lose 3 players! And
yeah, it's just the S-Blast left alive. They do get it. So 20 seconds alive. Now Nasty Plot needs to hold this Rainmaker on, but I don't know if they're really going to quite do that. I think they will, but all these strikes are being pulled out. But Closure was so close to getting killed by the strikes, but that's 2 members down on the side of FC Barcelos. Make it 3! They're going to extend more of their lead, but they can't be too greedy now. They do get picked off, but 18 is actually good for Nasty Plot. Now you have to be forced to retreat and go back to mid, because this is your opportunity. If you lose this, this will be game over for you. So they have to really hold on. Pat, I'm just really in shock by everything that has happened in this 4th game.
FC Barcelos right now need a miracle in order to get back into this game. They looked so strong at the start of this, but Nasty Plot has been defending so well, and right now that Rainmaker needs to find a way forward. They are struggling to push. They cannot go forward. They are not able to move, and right now that's going to be game. Nasty Plot, after being down 2-0, are now tying up the score and getting us a game number 5.
Yes, we do indeed get game 5 here in our first ever best of 5 here in Paddling Pool, and we're already how excited, and I hope everyone in the Twitch chat here, I hope you're all excited, because this is a game 5 here. This is do or die now. This is all goes to who will decide the winner of the Factor here. And oh my god, both of these teams have been just playing so incredibly well when it also matters the most. The game will decide it in game 5.
Yeah, both these teams have shown us the plays. Both of these teams have shown us the fights, the pushes, the coordination, the awareness are right there. In that game, Barcelos really struggled to establish themselves, to take any control, because there was always someone from Nasty Plot to punish them, to make them hesitate. And Nasty Plot really getting back with huge control right there. And now we're on to the final boss, the final game of this set. It's going to be Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, and I feel like FC Barcelos has a slight big advantage, but I feel like Nasty Plot also has some advantages when it comes, like I said, this all goes to the fights that they're taking and the resources. This is just really what matters the most, because both of these teams need to really stay focused, lock in, and they have to really play super well if they want to move on to this winners brackets, as far as I'm looking at it. But yeah,
it's for all the marbles now. It's the final one, and yeah. I mean, we've seen FC Barcelos win on Clam Blitz earlier in the game, but these two teams have both changed their strategies, changed how they played so much. We know that one fight could decide it all, but we've seen these teams being able to defend, to stop what the other team is doing so well. I guess we'll see how they're able to do right there as they're trying to pick up the clan.
Absolutely. Now it says tiebreaker. Whoever wins this game, they will be moving on to the winners brackets still, but one will go to the losers. So still has one more chance, and now this will decide the Factor, which team will move on. Yep,
and let's see what is brought. Not much surprise in terms of weapons. That's weapons we've seen before. And Nasty Plot bringing back their double bubbler that worked so well for them in the tower control game. I think this is the right choice for them.
Absolutely. We're already seeing some of these weapons are being comforted, but Nasty Plot was able to find the way out, but it's still kind of very neutral. But FC Barcelos was able to fight back here, but we're still not seeing kind of very much. Anthony tried to find a pick onto one of the members, but not able to get that. So the Mint Decapitator able to get some more picks. This is just a bloodbath right now for both in mid here. So this is just nothing but chaos. In this very we're not even past the minute, and it's just nothing is quite happening.
Nothing right now. There's 3 down onto Nasty Plot, and FC Barcelos are collecting more clams, getting more
Oh my
specials
god!
right there and preparing a big push. They know that they want to put the clams in, and with that screen, they're able to get in there. Macaque is going to be called and stopped as the rest of Basilisk is getting under the basket and opening it, but they already lost 2 players. It's going to be rough for them to keep control.
Yeah, they have to. But we're only seeing 1 clam being thrown, but there's still more clams being thrown, but it's just going to be the blaster left alive on FC Barcelos, so that will give Nasty Plot some bit of time to like regain some control here. But here we are into this game 5. I'm just really hype of how these teams have played, and we're already seeing the roller trying to find some picks, but that's running out of ink. That's so unfortunate. You don't want to be that, especially if you're a roller like that. Oh my goodness, but it's still could still be anyone's game because we're still into the time limit of here in 2 minutes and 50.
Yeah, and right now, FC Barcelos, they have a good lead. We're almost halfway through the game. Nasty Plot were deploying all the bubblers, dodging that Kraken thanks to the Great, and allowing themselves to... Oh, wait, they lost 2 players in the process. Barcelos are winning the fights on this map, it looks, and they are taking some ground. And Barcelos, this time, they have a Super Clam at the ready. If they win this next fight, if they're able to chase away that Decapitator, they will get their way forward.
Yeah, and we already see Nasty Plot still holding on as well, so that actually gives some bit of time, but Anthony does go down, so that will maybe give Nasty Plot a score to the basket, and yes it does, but they don't have that much power clams, though, or clams, I mean, because they don't have that much. They have 3, but if they could score more, then that will at least maybe give some a little bit of lead, but that will force Nasty Plot members to retreat.
Hey, at least Nasty Plot were able to keep a lot of their control onto mid, and look at that, they're getting more and more points right there, more splats, I mean, as FC Barcelos needs to keep defending their basket. Another Super Clam is already in there, especially with the big bubbler. Nasty Plot will reopen the basket now and get the lead.
And to get the lead. Yeah, they do indeed get the lead, but that's 2 members down on the side of Nasty Plot though, so that's like the 2 factors of this team that have been playing well for this team. So again, that's not a lead that you want as for Nasty Plot here. So now FC Barcelos has a pity clam that they're able to do, but the roller does go down for a trade, but that's going to be 2 members down on the side of FC Barcelos here, so that will give enough time for Nasty Plot to just still gain a lot of control here. We're only 1 minute into the timer.
Yep, and right now Nasty Plot is holding pretty strong. They still have their control over mid. FC Barcelos has been stuck near their basket for 2 minutes now, and they're still struggling to get forward. They have a lot of clams though. If they're able to find their way forward, they could score a lot of points, but they only have 30 seconds to do so, and they just lost their pencil. Dragib right there with the slusher needs to win the fight, needs to get out of that corner as all of Nasty Plot is still maintaining the fight, keeping them at bay. Barcelona needs to find their way forward.
No! But it's already see 3 members down though, so that gives Nasty Plot to just hold on. But they do have, I don't know if they're gonna make another power clam now, so they have to really find the clams if they want to force an overtime. But I don't think it's gonna be quite happening. Nasty Plot again, reverse sweep into this set against FC Barcelos. Man, what a set we have witnessed here.
What a comeback by Nasty Plot. They were so down, they were so behind. After that game too, they looked absolutely out of here. They looked done. But they stayed on. They didn't give up. They did what they knew how to do. They changed the momentum and they got the W's. Incredible comeback by Nasty Plot to win this set.
Yes, indeed. And that is also comes all together for Nasty Plot as well. When it all matters a lot and you still have 1 more game for a last chance, it just gave Nasty Plot to hold on and winning this in a reverse sweep fashion. That just was incredible. And I love reverse sweeps as a commentator, and Nasty Plot was able to do that, and just by barely enough, because because we saw from game 1, it was a Clamblitz mode, and
Yeah.
it was like slightly close from both
Mhm.
sides. And here from this game here from game 5, also Clamblitz, also close, but Nasty Plot played more better than that first game, and that just gave Nasty Plot to move on, and FC Barcelos will go down to the losers bracket.
Yep. As for us, we will go on to the semi-finals. We'll go to the other side of the bracket, so we'll see blanks versus either of two teams, but are still fighting for it. Meanwhile, Nasty Plot will go on to fight Symphony for their own semi-finals. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with another game. Do not go anywhere. And welcome back to Battling Pool 293. We are now in winners semifinals. Teams are getting ready, and the two teams that we have are on the one side are seed number 1, Mama Will behind you. On the other side, we have Blanksy Manafi.
Yeah, I am looking at the number 1 seed roster because we already know who. Because on that roster we have Harshi, one of famous players into this tournament. Also Phoenix, if that's the Phoenix that I'm thinking of,
Oh
and
yes, it
a
is.
lot of great other members in this roster too. Because these are very fantastic players, and I'm excited that we're seeing them here today. And I'm not sure much of the members of Blank Sea because I don't know if I know too much about them. So see how they do it against these players because I'm already pretty excited. So we're going to start off with a Spot Zones map on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, well, Blanksy is this kind of team that has come to so many Dapple production tournaments. They are a fixture of the scene. We're so glad to see them come back, and it's their turn. They get to semifinals. Now they have to beat one of these monsters, one of these pickups made by players that are used to being here, that are very much accustomed to making it to the final. We'll see if Blanksy is able to stop them, and they will have a Hydra to do so. Meanwhile, we have a Blobber. Okay, let's go.
That is something that you really don't see, like a Blobber or Hydra, but we're seeing it here in this game 1, and I'm pretty excited to see some surprising picks, and we already see 1-for-1 trade from both sides, but Blank Sea was able to get the first zone, but Carbon was able to try to get one, but able to go down there, so now into the favors of Mama Whale behind you, but it's just be a back and forth here, and I want to see how they're able to use this Hydra pretty well, because Hydra can really struggle in a lot of different positions when it's in a good spot, but if it's in a comfortable spot, I think you're in a great position.
And especially on such an open map right there. That Hydra is the longest range weapon onto the whole map, and right now Blanks is holding the map pretty well. As I say that, Mama is pushing right there, getting the splats, getting all of the control now that they're in position. It's just the Tetras. Oh, the Tetras is already picked, and Mama has control of the whole map. It's going to be very rough for Blanksy to push now.
Yeah, that's gonna be so rough for them because they don't have that much specials online. Hydra goes down, so that's actually huge for Whale behind you. So it's now it's gonna be Mama taking this lead for now. So but now Blank Sea has to do something if they want to fight back for the zone here. So Carbon goes down, which is huge, but I don't think there's gonna be that much happening because Carbon's already about to be up, so time is already ticking.
Yep, and it's not stopping right now. Blanksy activating all their specials, getting onto the zone. They know they want to apply penalty, and that's exactly what they do. With a few splats to go with that, Blanksy are back onto the map, and now that the Hydra is in position, again, they can get the splats, but the rest of the team needs to be there as well. They get called by the Carbon.
Yeah, and when they were able to get the zone, but that's going to be a wipeout by Mama there, and it's just looking, it's not making it even close for them. It's just well, I also want to mention too about when Blank Z was about to get that zone, it was only just the Hydra left alive, and they were able to hold on for a little bit of time, but I just don't know if Blank Z is able to answer back because we already see how Mama is already doing. They're just playing out of the mind here, and we already see the block. They're just standing there, just taunting them or something. But I don't know if it's gonna be quite enough. Junior trying to paint, and the reslider just wasn't enough. Now that'll be game 1 for Mama.
Yeah, I mean, Mama well behind you right there, showing that they knew Blanksy didn't have the time to get back in there and simply waiting for the game to be over. That's a show of control, of dominance, of knowing when you have won so early in the game right there. That's going to be very, very rough for Blanksy, especially since that was a good Hydra map. Now we're going on to Museum d'Alfonsino for Clan Blitz, where Blangzy will need to be able to push forward. Blangzy was not able to push Mama back into their spawn. What Mama was able to do, going into Clan Blitz, Blangzy will need to find these big pushes that they were not able to get in this game.
No, they weren't able to, because I just feel like they just were very struggling to just get in there and just not able to get any of the picks on Mama members. And it just felt so difficult for them to even fight back, of like how much control and how much resources that Mama had, and all the coordination was there for them. It just wasn't even close for them, and that just forces them for Mama to take a knockout win for game 1.
Yeah, and but that's just game 1. Reminder that this is a best of 5. There are lots of opportunities to come back, and we are now in a map mode that has a different dynamic. If Blangzy is able to adapt to the pace, is able to find a sneaky super clam onto the basket, they can very much still do it, but they need to match that pace, and we saw them get a few good fights. They need to do that on the whole game now.
Oh yes, absolutely. Like, this will have to do, like, anything could decide, because if Mama does win this game too, they will be going into match points. But well, as we saw from last set, anything can happen, as you said, like from that last set that happened that we witnessed. It's just gonna be something that Mama has to really hold on to, because they can't let this happen if the reverse sweep does happen.
Yep, but it's now time to play the game. Blangzy are now bringing, about the same comp. They want to make it work. On the other side, Mikey, stop. No longer with the Blob Lover, this time with the Gold Aerospray, as 2 players from Blangzy going to the side, already attacking the platform, trying to get into the fight, while the Mama well behind you is also pushing things away. Now both teams are fighting for mid, as they should.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we're already seeing so much of fight going on by this block here, and it's just like all this fight, but it's just very like not too much of a happening right there. But we already see like most of these members of Mama trying to like find this push here, so that's actually going to be switching up to the Booyah Hydra this time, which I also realized as well. But that's still going to be into the favors of Mama, still taking this control.
Yeah, Mama has the numbers right now, but both teams are simply waiting. Both teams have a lot of clams and some control, but they need their way onto the opponent spawn right now, onto the opponent basket. And with a slusher right next to the platform right now, Mama is trying to go forward, but they lose 2 players. Mikey with the Aerospray needs to give some ground to Blangzy. Blangzy has the control now. Are they able to use it? But yes, they are.
Yes, they do indeed get to get the first of the basket there, but I don't know if they have that much clamps to like throw much, because they just only have 1 power clamp, but they do have the clamps, but there's just no follow-up, so that will force Mama to hold on to this game. Like, look at the pain. It's still in the favors of Mama, and we're not seeing much of pain control by Blangzy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Mama, they have an Aerospray. They're gonna get more paint on the ground. That's one thing for sure. And right now, Blangzy defending their platform as much as they can. Mama know that all they need is 1 super clam and 1 clam to get the lead right here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they do get a 1 pick into the Hydra, which is actually very huge. So that will force Mama to get into, like, throw this to the basket. So that will give them the lead for a little bit of time, but they need to keep finding more clams if they want to throw out more claims to like extend this lead here. But that's going to be 2 members down on the side of Blangzy, and I just don't know if Blangzy has really much of an answer. So because they're already at remaining at 44 by Mama, Booyah Bomb does get popped, but it's just nothing is really kind of too much. They're pretty much Mama is forced back to like throw all these clans, but it's just not going to be enough. So I think for now they just have to retreat.
Yeah, the power of a well-coordinated push. BlanzZ, they were a bit in a hurry to get their clam into the basket. They surprised us, and they were not able to follow through. Mama showing the coordination, and they're back under that platform. They're keeping their control, and they're getting another clam in the basket right there.
Yeah, absolutely there. And it's just like
Ooh.
Mama is really getting all those power claims in, but it's just the pencil player left alive. So BlanzZ will still keep holding on for this game to keep continuing.
Yep, and right now, BlanzZ.
Oh my god.
Do so much. They're able to. Oh! Not
That
able
was
to
just-
do much. Pyro with the Booyah Bomb slowing things down, allowing the team to get back in the ground.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. Reef Slider getting cancelled right there. That was just unfortunate for them. So now that just has to give so much a bit of time for Mama to maybe knock this game out. But they still need to find more members of BlanzZ to just, if they really want to knock out this game, they need to find those picks, get these resources, the clams. That's all they need if they want to make this a knockout win.
Yep, and right now with a minute left, BlanzZ needs their push, but they're using the Booyah Bomb right from the spawn. They're not able to get much. Oh, wait, as they say that, the Booyah Bomb finds a splat onto the Aerospray. That will allow them to get some point onto the ground, to get some move forward. Golday is going to be punished by the pencil, though. BlanzZ struggling to go forward still.
Yeah, like I don't think like any of BlanzZ is really just finding much of the members of Mama members because like they just have no answer, and you already see these specials already being popped off by the members of Mama, and they're still gonna keep continuing with this push here, and they got all the power climbs that they needed, but I don't. They were able to get the second power climb in.
They have it.
You already
They
see
have a
they have the lead
They have a
here.
clams.
So
Mikey, you have a clams. Put that in.
yeah, it's like I'm just gonna sit, like wait a little bit of time and just let them leave and score it, and we win the game. That just was the moment there. Game 2, match point for Mama.
Complete control of this game by Mama right there. Absolute dominance, as we'd expect from these incredible players right there. I mean, BlanzZ, they were able to get a super clam in the basket. They were able to win one fight and get one push, but they were not able to play off of it. They were not able to maintain their defense. They need these plays to happen the whole game, not just 30 seconds in a game, I feel.
Yes, I feel that. I just feel like the Hydrant, it just isn't really working out for them because, like, I feel like they were just really holding back the whole entire time and just not able to have an opportunity to, like, actually be in a comfortable spot. And, you know, Mama was really making that Hydra uncomfortable from, like, in these, like, types of positions here.
Yeah, that Hydra found a few good plays, honestly. It's just... But BlanzZ was so slow to get these plays. Mama were dancing around them, and with the Aerospray, constantly having paint around, allowing the Carbon and the Slusher to shark the whole time to get the picks left and right. That really allowed Mama to have so much more dynamic. Going onto Scorch Gorge, it's going to be a rough one for BlanzZ.
Yeah, the Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, because this is like a map where you have to really be careful, especially if you're BlanzZ, because Mama can really just play this super well, and getting that first checkpoint and getting all this map control to their base. This will just be an easy win for Mama if they're able to do that, but again, not over yet. BlanzZ still has one more chance to, like, at least hold on to the set here, and we'll see, because Mama is in a really comfortable spot right now.
Yeah, Mama is indeed, I mean, in more than a comfortable spot. They've dominated both of these games. BlanzZ needs something big, and I feel like they need to change their comp. They need to change the way they play, because the way they're fighting right now, the way they either they don't have enough paint, or they don't have enough fight, or they don't have enough speed, but they need something else. Something to stop Mama in their track, and something to answer what Mama is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. At least making some changes need to at least find a way that you could really fight back. So I hope for the side of Blank Z we're able to find like at least something that they could do. So they're still gonna keep with the Hydra still, and is that a sploosh? That's wait,
two
that's
splooshes!
2 sploosh. There's one that's a V sploosh, and then there's one with an N sploosh. Like, what are we seeing right here today?
Let's go! Who had that on their bingo card? 2 splooshes in semi-finals of a paddling pool. I haven't seen a single sploosh in so long, and I'm seeing 2 right now. That is incredible. And both teams right now preparing for the push, but Hammer is not going to find much. It looks like Mama is winning the first fight.
They do indeed win the first fight, but what even matters the most, because we already see Mama already getting into their base and getting that easy first checkpoint. So this is really looking scary for both of Blank Z right now, because look at this. The map control is just nothing bit of a difference here, but they were able to get one. The Whale almost kills the Rainmaker, but just by a little bit. But 2 members down on the side of Blank Z, so anything could just really end so quickly, but the Zuka just stopped and just says, no, you are not going to score more. We're going to keep this game going. And we already see R striking, but not able to get because they got caught right there. Like, you're not sharking. You're going to get dead.
That was the first checkpoint by Mama, and Blank Z is answering right there, almost getting the checkpoint. Losing 2 players in the process, they won't be able to capture... Oh, wait, they got it. Oh yes, they did get the checkpoint. So that's a very, very important checkpoint for Blank Z right there. That will allow them to get such a big push. As I say that, they lose 2 players, this is another push for Mama, and they don't have a checkpoint either, so this could go very, very fast, Manaphy.
It can indeed really go fast, but Blank Z is having 1 member down, so that will force at least some specials from Blank Z to like put them back and stall enough time. But the Zuka once again gets shut down by the Rainmaker gets shut down by the Zuka, but will it be any more cause, because we already see still the members of Mama still really trying to extend their lead here. You're already seeing that right now, but 44, that is not the lead that you really want.
Yep, it isn't an 29 to extend the lead. Blank Z right now, they're still behind. It's just Pyro trying to hold with that Hydra as all of Mama is stopping things. Oh, a grab by the Sploosh to at least get the Rainmaker away a little bit, not able to drop out though.
Yeah, that just gives so much of this time, because you already see the members, but there's a sneaky play here, but I don't think it's just going to be quite happening. 2 members down, make it 3 now, so it's just only the Sploosh left alive. But Pyro's trying to find the Sploosh, but they were able to get him. And oh my goodness, it's just like going to like, oh, I'm showing a bit of moves here. Well, they still got some bit of time left though for Blank Z. If they want to extend their push, they need to find the picks. They need to find all these members. The Dread does go down, but what else can they really find more? The Bolt Buckets do go down, so that gives a little bit of time, though. They need to really find more of these members, though, but they have to really fight back. But that's the Zap getting down. Oh my god, Pat, what are you really witnessing? Tell me how you feel right now, Pat.
I'm so excited. They are so close to getting the comeback, but there's just 8 points behind. The Rainmaker is going to pop for Mama right there, and the Zuka will not be able to prevent it from being reset. Blank Z showing that they can, but they need to do it again, Manaphy. They need to get back in there, and this time Mama won't let them so easily get in. Blank Z needs to win another fight.
It was really working well for them, but until like it matters the most, but like they still need to find more members, but they do get 2 members down, so they can still continue with their push. Bucket does go down again, so like this, everything could just really end so quickly, but they have to play it a little bit slow because they do have 2 of their members down as of right now, and it's just really looking like pretty rough for them. Strikes are being pulled, but Pyro's still holding onto the Rainmaker, but not a lot of time left because all the specials are going off by Mama, and it's just like, I don't know if it's really working now for Blank Z. So now Mama is really holding on.
Oh my Yep, that is Mama very much celebrating right now. But the game is not over. Blanksy still has one final shot. They need to splat the Rainmaker. They have 10 seconds to splat the Rainmaker. Otherwise, Mama is going to go on to winners finals. Bazooka is able to find it. It's not over. Blanksy is buying themselves an overtime as Mama is repopping the shield right there and allowing Goldie to. Oh wait, they grabbed it, but it's too late.
But they weren't able to get because the bucket was able to kill the Rainmaker right there. Wow, that was so close from Blake Z. They almost had it. They could have had that game too. If they were able to keep continuing getting those picks, I think that would have been enough for Blanksy to take that lead there.
Hey, Blanksy showed us, but they don't give up. But they want to fight till the very end. But in the end, Mama well behind you are goated players that are not stopping, that are not impressed, and that are going on to winners finals. As I say that, Manaphy, I believe you're going to go now and will be replaced by another caster.
That is right indeed. Thank you again, Dapples Productions, for having me. You'll definitely see me around for these tournaments if I'm ever available. So, yeah, it was good to commentate here again. You'll see me more in the future.
Wow, that's awesome. You have something to plug? Like, where can I find you on the internet?
You could find me on Blue Sky. It should be just Manaphy Sama. And you could also find me on Twitch. I do stream some Splatoon and other variety of content, but mostly Splatoon. You can find me on Manaphy Sama. Well, it was a lot of fun, guys. Hopefully, you'll see me again, and I'll be back for more with some Dapples production of commentating again. So, till then, well, we'll be taking a short break, and we'll move on to the next commentator. All right. For me, I will go. Take care, everyone, and I'll be moving on now.
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 293. That's a really big number. And we're going to be seeing Mama, a whale behind you, and Nasty Plot here for our winners finals, I believe.
Yeah, we've seen both of these teams earlier in the stream. Mama Whale behind you. Absolute banger team. Absolute domination on their side. Nasty Plot, we saw them in winners quarterfinals, getting a reverse sweep against FC Barcelona. That's a team that does not give up. That's a team that's able to get a comeback and adjust to what the other team is doing. So I can't wait to see these two teams fight on for their spots into grand finals. Fresh? Time.
Oh, no. Yes, Time. Hi.
Time.
I didn't even introduce myself. Oh my goodness gracious. Hi, I'm Time, joined on the mic by Pat. I think you've seen Pat before. Pat's been here for a little while. No, yeah, that's really impressive that they actually fought I believe Barcelos, right? You said was so closely. Like that must have been an amazing stream set to watch. And then proving themselves going through that next winners semis match to get all the way here to fight Mama, a whale behind you is really impressive.
Yeah, Nasty Plot were able to beat Symphony 3-1, and Symphony has been a team that has been climbing, going up and up. But now it's time to see these two titans fight onto Rainmaker and Scourge Gordon. We just saw Mama Whale win their last game on Rainmaker Scourge Gorge, so they have to be happy with that first map.
It was pretty definitive, right? Speaking of definitive, definitely a DC happening at the start of the game there.
Yep, that's going to be a rough one right there.
Well, while we have some time, let's talk a little bit about Scorched Gorge, because I did actually get to tune in for that last map, that last match. For specifically Scorch Rain, like both teams pushed it to below 30, and that's not really something you see very often.
I'd say on this map, you either see teams struggling to get the checkpoint or getting to that ramp. And when you get to that ramp, you get to 30 points. That is quite like one of the things that can happen that often. And Mama Whale were able to hold that control. And then it's about that fight, that ability to get a bit more than the opponent and get the flanks. Once you're able to get that control past the checkpoint, you can very much go very, very deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, I mean, once you get through that elbow and once you get on that snipe, you basically have a pretty decent control of support, especially like you see Nasty Plot actually has a V-Splash, and that's going to be key if they get a crab on that snipe. Just control, court, control, I believe that's cliff. All of that area can easily get you below that threshold, but the problem is getting there because it's very hard to, push against these defensive barriers that are naturally created.
Yeah, it's, as you said, it's hard to push. There's always a way to simply rush the Rainmaker because there's so much space on this map, and you can simply drop to the side, get on the Rainmaker very fast. You have to be wary of anything that may happen. And right there, we're back to the map screen now. It's still very early to say what is going to happen, but one thing I noted is that Mama Whale behind you, Mikey is bringing back the Splush-O-Matic, so that Splush is, we'll get more Splush action.
Jumping to the beacon was like the beacons are actually so key. Like if you do not destroy them, you can very easily get overwhelmed by the enemy's push. Just like, oh, there's a beacon there. Oh, I don't worry about it. Wrong. Sploosh behind you. Mama, whale behind you, right?
And that thing about the beacons is that when you're pushing, you can simply put the beacon down on the floor. You don't need to try to hide them. That will allow your team to simply go forward. No more sploosh, no more beacons. The teams have been fixed, and we're going to get a Splash-O-Matic instead.
Which is good to see, because Crab is actually really strong on this map, as I said earlier. On that snipe. Here you even see it on Plat actually pushing Anthony all the way back into elbow, and maybe even further as they're trying not to lose how extended they are, letting their team actually get a key pick in that bubble. So now Nasty Plot is a little bit on the back foot as they're trying to hold their leverage in mid.
Yeah, so right now the roller is going in. Oh, and getting punished. Mama Whale in blue are going to charge forward, get some control right now. Both teams are still fighting for mid, trying to establish themselves. And with a tripling strike, Mama will at least get some control right there.
Yeah, they're both just scrapping it out in mid, right? Like, you can see actually on the side of Nasty Plot, they're actually trying to get a bubble, like letting their teammates get in with that cooler. Unfortunately, though, that cooler does attract the attention of Mama Whale behind you, and now they're starting their initial push, like literally almost free for the taking, just trying to make sure that that pencil doesn't thwart them. Up on that pedestal, Harshy goes, and down they go, but so does that checkpoint.
Yeah, breaking the checkpoint is a very good use of your time. It's worth losing a few players there. It's worth letting Nasty Plot getting back control over mid, activating that Kraken right there, and Nasty Plot using all of their tools, all of their specials to get to that checkpoint. But oh, it's not enough! It's not enough time!
Just barely missing that and wiping in the process. That means Mama Whale behind you is going to have a ton of space to move around in mid. Just claim as much as you can. Look at how far Mikey even extended. Like, it's literally a bloodbath here, but because they overextended so quickly, they've actually gone 2 down. So now Anthony is putting some key pressure on the Rainmaker, gets that pick. Now members of Nasty Plot are dominating mid, and they're going to be able to finally mount a push, but not if this Crab can't stop them.
Yeah, Nasty Plot right there, getting some momentum, getting to the checkpoint, and getting it with 3 down onto Mama. It's just Mikey with the blaster right there, looking to dodge a little bit, and here comes more points. We're getting to that ramp. 33 points is huge for Nasty Plot right there. Now it's on Mama to get a lot. To get
right?
More.
Oh my
Anthony's there. Ooh!
Oh my god, everything is happening. Mama Whale behind you is actually moving up, taking full control of the enemy spawn. Like Nasty Plot is taking control. Like, literally, look how much resources Mama has to extend to get them out. And finally, when they are out, Sunny is still in mid and actually, like, letting their teammates get a good leverage back in. Like, you can see, even though they're so far back, their teammates on the right and left side of mid are not.
Yeah, it's not stopping right now. Rainmaker is going to be repopped. We're back into mid, but Mama needs a big push. Ooh, and a flat onto the pencil and onto... Oh! Okay, all you need is a roller, I guess. Huge shutdown by Nasty Plot, and there's less than a minute and a half. Nasty Plot has the lead. They have a control. Look at that. They're already deep in there, getting more and more. What a game by Nasty Plot right now.
Nasty Plot is going to try to extend their lead here. They have a Kraken. They're getting picks. Kraken comes out. Now, they're going to be able to get up on this enemy's clip, trying to remove Mikey. Mikey goes down. Now, the Rainmaker has a choice. They need to be able to support their teammates from back here to get a few crucial picks so they can push forward and extend their lead even further. But Mama Whale behind you is desperately trying to get their specials, trying to get that Crab, trying to remove members from their spawn. So unfortunately, Sunny's going to be locked down here for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, but Sunny doesn't seem to mind. The more time they use for that push, the better. And right now, there's so many players down. That's going to be more points for Nasty Plot. They get to 25, and it's still a 2 versus 2 right there. Oh, well, scratch that. It's a 3 versus 1 as Mama is grabbing the Rainmaker back. They have one last push to go forward. All they have is the... What?
Looks like that Rainmaker did not make it that far, but Mama still is able to hold control of this. We're now going into overtime, and Mama is going to have to make a good push. Mama really wants to see a good push here, and they're starting by picking off that Decapitator, but their own members are also going down, and suddenly it's going to be a little bit of a problem for them to get through. 2 members down on the side of Mama. Kraken comes out. You have to be aware of this, and I'm Harshy. I want to get out of there and not get picked by this Kraken. Unfortunately, though, all the members of Nasty Plot rush in, and unfortunately for them, Nasty Plot takes a game over Mama, a Whale behind you.
huge game won by Nasty Plot right there. Absolutely showing what they can do. And that wasn't just one big push that gave them the lead. It was 2 big pushes. It was shutting down everything Mama was doing. There was not just a whale behind you, there was a 96 gal Krakening behind the whole team and forcing all of Mama to simply constantly defend to left and right because they were always flanked. And Nasty Plot really dominating that game.
The only time Mama ever got a really good push here was when they ended up wiping for that checkpoint. And sometimes you really want to think, how willing am I to wipe for a checkpoint? And just how easily am I going to be able to push forward from this position? And sometimes, you know, Nasty Plot has the secret sauce, right? They took the time on their final push and they waited. Sunny was incredibly patient, waiting for their teammates to get the picks that they needed. And once everything was clear, they literally ran forward. And the only thing that stopped them was this wayward pencil behind them.
Yeah, absolute control right there of both the map and the pace of the game, as you said. And that's what you want to have. Now though, we're in a best of 5. This is far from over, and Mama well behind you are the kind of players that are able to learn what you're doing, that are able to adapt. Now they know what Nasty Plot is about. They will change what they're doing. They will change their comp. They will bring something else, and you cannot underestimate them, especially going on to Clan Blitz on Umami Runes, where things are going to go even faster.
Oh my god, Clan Blitz Umami Ruins. After the patch that I believe fixed a lot of the map, you have this little, I believe that's a block in court that will allow you to jump from court to the dome, which is an incredibly powerful position for any kind of special, but especially like a Crab or Strikes or even Zuka is just going to allow them really to extend their push if they can just get up there. The problem though is getting up there.
Yeah, and for that you need 4 players. And 3 is not 4, unfortunately. We're going to restart this game again.
Wow, that's a lot of disconnects here, Mama. What's going on, Mama?
Yeah, I guess we have a bit of trouble staying in the lobby, but as long as it's between the games, it's not penalized. We just losing a little bit of time, letting losers bracket catch up with winners, I guess.
That's perfectly fine, actually. Winners is kind of fast today, right? I was looking up the bracket, and usually you don't see them going that fast in winners compared to losers. Like, usually you're just in time for loser semis, but here we can almost catch a round before that.
Oh, that's a possibility. I feel like that's regular pace for winners. We'll see. Let's watch the instant replay of how that player did not spawn.
Instantaneous disconnect. It was beautiful and it was painful.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on Umami Clan Blitz that maybe I didn't talk about?
I think okay, so that's a map that we saw earlier today, and yeah, that's the kind of map where once a team is kind of winning neutral. If the other team is kind of winning neutral, you want to go back to defend your basket, because if you allow them to get to your basket as you're still fighting for neutral, you're in a very, very weird position. You cannot go back to defend. So you want to, the second you are at a disadvantage, go back to defend your basket and stop that from happening. So we're likely to see both teams simply get near the basket, try to push in, and then let the other team do the same.
You can definitely see, right, these teams are actually starting in a strong neutral. Specifically, Mama Whale behind you is now trying to make up for last game by being a little more aggressive, getting an early pick on that roller and allowing them to move a little further forward. But Nasty Plot here actually has a bubble and a Kraken ready, which are both going to come out right away, pushing members of Mama Whale behind you all the way back to their dome.
Yep, and here comes Kraken. Is not able to find much. He's punished as well, but that Decapitator was able to maintain the damage. Mama are holding their defense, but they're stuck in defense mode right now. They need to get out of their spawn, push Nasty Plot away. They want to get in that game.
It's going to be a little rough, but they do have these strikes coming out that are going to help them at least a little bit here.
Yep.
You can see how Mama is trying to control as much of the map as possible, but 2 of them go down, unfortunately. Never Ending here, rushing forward underneath this basket with this bubble. It's going to be hard for them. The pencil has to jump out. All they need is just a few more clams. Past those clams, buddy. And in it goes, but just barely and a little bit slow. That end splash is going to be... The 52 does go down, and the end splash is forced to back up. So Mama is going to have an easy time getting back into mid, but holding it is going to be a problem.
Yeah. Nasty Plot had a great push, but they struggled to pass the clam. They struggled to make a super clam. They could have gotten it 1 or 2 seconds earlier. That would have allowed them to keep more control, to win an extra fight, but right now Mama is winning the fight, opening the basket. They are going to get the lead off of that, especially since it's just the Decapitator right here.
Bubble is going to do a great job of holding that basket, but that's 3, is that 4 power clams? Oh my god, that's so many power clams, I lost track.
3 power clams.
3 power clams. Incredible push from Mama. It's going to be a little difficult to hold the basket open, especially how they weren't able to get as many points as they could have last time they opened it. Hopefully they're going to see that and move forward and say, okay, this time we have to make it definitive. This time we have to lock them all the way in spawn. Here's Never Ending actually forcing this pencil back, but Mikey here is going to try and stop whatever Nasty Plot is planning. Going down actually to Mikey as Mikey drops into the pit. It's literally just Anthony here as they are backing up, trying not to get picked by this blaster.
Oh! And Mama just had a disconnect right there. Nasty Plot. I mean, they need to get the lead back, but in a 4 versus 3, they have 2 minutes left to get 1 push, pretty much. Right now, Mama are in defense mode, are trying to hold things, and we're way too advanced into the game to allow them a replay this time. They're going to need to do that the old-fashioned way, by keeping bombs in front of them and trying to stop the onslaught, but here comes the Kraken. That's going to be very rough.
Yeah, this Kraken is going to be having a fun time picking off members of Nasty Plot, but Mama Will behind you is going to have to fight double to get through this. Unfortunately for them, though, members of Nasty Plot are really good at keeping this basket open, and it's not going to be that hard to, get this lead with these clams coming in, just barely eking it out. Though, you are kind of safe with the disconnect, it is going to be, it's game. It sure happened. And that is game 2 for Nasty Plot. Looks like Mama is having a few problems with this one player. I believe this is the same one who disconnected in this first match. This one and then again here.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's I mean, Mama needs to fix their internet. They need to do it now. They were able to take control in that fight, in that game. They had the lead. They have so much of the map, but I mean, if they're not able to fix their connection now, they're going to lose this set. And even if they fix their connection, they're down 2-0, and Nasty Plot has shown that they very much can win the fights regularly in game number 1.
Yeah, losing your end splash is actually detrimental. Like, the amount of turf control you lose, like, no matter how good your slayers can slay, it's like, at what point, right, can you not come back from a turf deficit? Unfortunately for them, or perhaps fortunately for them, though, they do have another chance to come through and try and turn this set around, because maybe this is just something that they can resolve pretty easily, right?
Well, let's hope they do, Time. Let's hope they do, because that's not an easy one right now. We'll see how they're able to do now, but yeah, that's going to be rough for them. They really need to get a comeback and to be incredibly solid. I hope they're able to fix their internet, but they also need to fix the team, because Nasty Plot is doing the work.
Oh, definitely. Even before that disconnect, you could see how they were mounting up a counter push, like, ready to get back into mid. And even in game 1, actually, they were surprisingly dominant at just not letting Mama get any points. So Mama is going to have to realize, adapt, and just take a look and see what Nasty Plot is working, what Nasty Plot's doing, and how that they can counter that, part of being this good at the game really is about being flexible, being adaptable, being able to observe your opponents and then adapt to their playstyle so they don't get a one-up on you anymore. And, I think Mama can come through. Mama can come back from this.
Yeah, it's a matter of doing it now. I'm going on to Barnacle and Dime on the Splat Zones. This is a well-known quantity for both of these teams. Mama will have time to reset their momentum, to change things, and we'll see if they're able to do that. They are not changing what they're doing right there. Oh, is that a vanilla splash? We get to see Crab Tank's time.
I like Crab Tank. I don't like Splash, but I respect it very deeply as a weapon. Okay, it's a good weapon. It's a good weapon, sir. But I don't like it. That being said, it looks like Mama is actually taking an early 3 down against Nasty Plot, pushing them all the way back. You can see, I believe that is Mickey and Mocha taking that top right area, pushing them all the way back. This is probably a GG. Like, they're going to get that crab up there. They have this pencil on flat, literally just throwing everything at them to keep them in their spawn. It's really difficult for them to get out of this kind of chokehold.
Yeah, it's not stopping. We're already halfway through the points for Mama, but Nasty Plot is getting the splats, are getting out of their spawn. Now they need to use their specials to get the zone as the Kraken is chasing people away. There's just 20 ticks left onto the zone time, and Nasty Plot is not able to paint yet. Oh, yes, they are.
Just barely eking out that zone. That Kraken putting in work to take the aggro from Nasty Plot off, from Mama off of the members of Nasty Plot to get back in. Talk about adaptation, Pat. The way that Nasty Plot has been read like a book, and Mama realizing, let's just be super aggressive. They can't do anything about it. And look at, they're already all the way back in their spawn, pushed to their courts. Here comes this cooler, and suddenly they're gonna get a lot more aggressive from this.
Yeah, right now Mama is back into their strong position, but Blobla is deployed, and Mickey right there with a crab is surrounded. That's not going to work this time. All of Nasty Plot is chasing, pushing Mama away. That is a very nice control, and this could be the opportunity for Nasty Plot to take control of this game, but they already lost 2 players' time, and the Kraken is not able to find the splash.
Though they do hold the control because of Anthony, forcing that splash to not look at zone for a few moments is really key. It allows the players of Nasty Plot to hold that control against just a paint monster like Splash, but this Splash does have this crab, and now they're trying to paint the zone the best they can. 1 member of Nasty Plot goes down, 2 members of Nasty Plot goes down, and they're still trying to hold this zone as best they can. Unfortunately, it's just the pencil being chased down by Mocha. Unfortunately, they do get out, but unfortunately the jump goes down.
Yeah, Mama holding their lead right now. Big Bubbler is deployed onto the zone. Nasty Plot still very much into that fight right there, not able to punish the jump out. Nasty Plot get control, though they are in position to defend. It's on Mama to make a big push.
Mama is having an easy time actually cutting through the members of Nasty Plot like butter. Sunny just barely getting out with that cooler, but now, unlike the last time that they pushed in, they have no specials. Here, all of their members are now marked. The strikes have come out, literally just throwing every single thing. This bubble has to be used defensively against this crab and the onslaught that Mama is providing them.
Yeah, it's not stopping. There isn't much penalty left onto Mama right there. And they're holding pretty strong with another splat. And almost the splat onto the pencil right there. It's not stopping Mama, just a few more ticks. And it looks like they are going to get a point on the board.
Do you think we're incoming for a reverse sweep? It looks like Mama has read what Nasty Plot wants to do and is now going to throw everything they can at them in order to fulfill that goal.
Hey, I'm like, the players of Mama, you can never count them out. They're never completely out. They showed us that they were good. They were almost getting the comeback in game 2, but they were stopped in their tracks because of the disconnect. They very much took control of this game, and if they keep doing that, In the next ones, they are very much on cue to get to a game number 5, but they'll have to do it on Manta Maria on tower control first.
Oh my god, Manta Tower is a map I have not seen in quite a while. Honestly, the way that you play Manta really is you want to push through those checkpoints by taking off heat from people looking at those checkpoints. So that means you need to clear a bunker, you need to like get something like a strike or a crab or something to look at top left so they don't do anything, occupy street, and like these areas, especially behind bunker, are very hard to get a hold of and hold for long periods of time. But Mama has a blaster, and blasters can literally hold that ledge for as much as they want, unless like 2 or even 3 people just drop on them.
Yeah, as you said, that blaster is going to be key in control, and that's control over the map that Mama was able to show in this Barnacle game, between the blaster to punish every angle, the crab tank that was there to stop everybody in their tracks. Mama had a hold onto this map that Nasty Plot was not able to get. Going onto Manta, there are much more nooks and crannies, and that blaster will be absolutely key for Mama to take that control. We'll see if they're bringing that, and we'll see what these teams do. Now, Mama, they have a point on the board. It's all about keeping that momentum going.
And keep it going they will, bringing out, I believe, is the headed new? Yes, the headed is new on both teams and return to a pencil, because pencil is not as good on this map as any kind of splatling, really. But on these maps especially, you're going to be seeing a squeezer on Nasty Plot, which is going to be a lot. Like, Zuka's kind of strong on here.
Yeah, this is very much a splatling map, and I'm not that surprised this is both of the heavy edit com. We'll see what these teams are doing. It looks like Nasty Plot is opening pretty strongly with their bubblers. They only need to stand on tower to get the checkpoint, and they do it! They lose a few players, but they get the first checkpoint. That's a very nice way to open. But now mid is blue, and it's on Mama to go forward.
Mama is trying to get this this tower pushed, though that Zuka was going to stop them for just a little while, and now they've lost a bit of control in mid, especially with the members of Nasty Plot staying safe while Mama stalls it out, just enough to get strikes and crab up, which is going to push them back even further. And this blaster also has this splashdown, so anytime that they're running forward and they can't do anything, lo and behold, here comes the inevitable splashdown.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Nasty Plot, they were staying a bit too safe. They let Mama take control of a lot of the map, and Mama is using that so well right now. They got past the second checkpoint. That's a huge checkpoint to get, and that blaster attacking the defensive positions right there, forcing all of Nasty Plot to look to the side. Mama, they have so many players down, but they're able to simply force Nasty Plot to look to the side. They are not able to move back to mid, and that means Mama, the rest of the team, can get back on the tower.
Though this Decapitator is gonna pop that bubble on that grate, they are all alone in mid, just fighting an unending battle as their teammates like scrap out on street against this one blaster who has been a thorn in their side for the last minute. Now that the blaster is down, all of the members of Nasty Plot are out of position, just barely picking off that tower. And now that Mama is 2 players down, they're going to try and get mid, but the players of Mama are ready to punish this.
Yep, and right now, Mama is still fighting left and right. Again, both teams are so good at maintaining the fight to the side, forcing you to not look forward, not prepare a push, and very nice flank by Roller right there, able to take the position and punish the defense. That's going to be a push for Nasty Plot as long as they're able to hold the tower, but there's always someone to the side. Oh!
getting that plat is going to be huge, or actually the lack of getting plat is huge for Mama. And on the side of Nasty Plot, they actually lose their plat, which catapults Mama into their next push. This blaster is now back on duty, keeping members off of these ledges, keeping an eye out just to make sure they don't cause any problems to their beautiful darling tower. They have Splashdown. Crab comes out. They're going to be trying to hold it as much as they can. Decapitator literally just gets sniped up in a beautiful arc by that Slosher. Members on the stairs are actually getting flanked as they all go down one by one by one. This is the final checkpoint, Pat.
Yep. And look at that. 2 players from Nasty Plot onto the grades. That's going to be okay. Oh, we are going to watch another Game 5 time.
Honestly, seeing 2 teams that are this good, are you really that surprised that we're going to Game 5?
Oh, no. We've seen these teams bring it all. Do it all. And right now, Mama, after being very much behind, after struggling just to keep the players in the lobby, now they look incredibly strong. They had the pushes, they had the momentum, and Nasty Plot a bit too coy, a bit too prudent right there, letting Mama get a lot of map control. And you can't let players of Mama have momentum, because the second they have momentum, especially in tower control, they're going to go forward over and over and over.
Right? Like, literally, the entire game, it felt like, after just wiping for that first checkpoint, they literally were not able to get the tower past, like, 90. It was an incredible, honestly, like, I dare say, a lockout on Manta Maria for a few moments there, which is honestly not something you see very often. Though, like, as I said, right, Mama, like, read Nasty Plot and said, oh, okay, so here's what they're going to do, and here's what we need to do. And combating that kind of playstyle with just so much aggression really led them to that win here. But Humpback Rainmaker is one of those maps where I don't know if that really works the same way, Pat.
Humpback Rainmaker is a different breed. It's a map like no other. You just have different fights in here, you have different dynamic in here. It's not the same Rainmaker map that you got on game number 1 on Scorch Gorge. We're going to see more roller action and more slosher action, and I feel like that roller on the side of Nasty Plot is going to be the key factor that could decide this game, because we've seen that roller pop off and get a lot of splats. That roller needs to do that, and that's the perfect map for a roller to do that.
I mean, Humpback is roller's strongest map. In any, like, in Splatoon 2, in Splatoon 3, like, this map really supports anything that could fling ink. Sorry, oh my god, what beautiful animations. But that being said, these teams are going to bring their very best this match. Like, Slosher is also really strong on Humpback. But you also are going to see the decap actually swapping to a Wiper here, probably to help them break that Rainmaker. But Mama gets the early pop, which is huge on this map, giving them a ton of turf control, letting them pick up that Wiper early, rushing for this pedestal, 2 down on the side of Nasty Plot, literally picking them off one by one like flies as that Rainmaker crushes that checkpoint, and they're getting ready to keep going with that push. Literally, it's not going to stop here, Pat.
Mama is not stopping right now. They know what they want to do. They want to go forward. 23 in less than 40 seconds by Mama well behind you, and they still have players on the map. They're still in good position to defend the next push. Nasty Plot. Hey, it's not over. You still have a lot of time to get back in there.
23 is pretty impressive on Humpback. But again, you are right. Literally, this is only the first minute of the game. And here they come actually for this checkpoint. Members of Mama are starting to go down one by one. This is almost a tight game, actually, as both teams went down 2-2. But Nasty Plot is going to be forced back by this Kraken, by these strikes. They're going to grab it, and they're going to try and push forward with it.
Yeah, and I just noticed time is that Mama, they're not running either a pencil or a heavy edit right now. They have a zap to provide the tacticalers. They don't have a backline that's going to allow them to move so much faster. Whenever they want, they can rotate to attack, to defend as well as they can. And Harsh getting the splat right there. It's a delayed wipe. Mama is going to get more points, it seems. Oh, but Nasty Plot is there to defend.
Nasty Plot is not going to let them go in without a fight. You can see actually the Rainmaker has been forced to drop, pushing forward now. Like, it's wise actually that the NZAP is the one that picks up the Rainmaker. Look at actually that beautiful movement getting up on that the wall here, just barely dying. But members of Mama are now forced back, and now Nasty Plot is going to take control of mid as they grab this Rainmaker and start their own push.
Yeah, Mama not really extending their lead and losing a lot of players right there. It's just Vaslasha.
Oh my god! No! Wait, dude! They knocked out that game. I actually genuinely cannot believe that. That wipeout was the most clutch thing I've ever seen. I literally did not see that coming.
Wow, and that's Rainmaker for you. That is Rainmaker for you. Don't get wiped out. Do not blink. And what a nasty, nasty plot twist for you to end this. There will be no reverse sweep for Mama. Nasty Plot winning this with a KO. What an ending.
Well, you can say that Nasty Plot might have stalled out those 2 games just so they could raise their special attack by 4 stages. Ending up actually clutching up, literally, like you could see in the first part of this game, Mama rushed forward, pushed everything they had, and only got to 23 because members of Nasty Plot respawned just in time to stop that. But now you can see here on Nasty Plot's push, literally it's just the Slosher. Members of them all went down. Sunny having a great opportunity to just dunk that Rainmaker instantly. It was... I've never, ever seen a game so flip instantly in the other team's favor.
Yeah, and just like that, Nasty Plot is now qualified for grand finals of this paddling pool. That's them, but us time, we're going to go on to the losers bracket, where we'll watch the semis, I guess. We'll take a short break. And we'll be right back. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 293. We are now in a loser's bracket, in a loser's semis. And we have two teams coming from both sides of the bracket. Blanksy, that we saw earlier. They were put in this loser's bracket by Mama well behind you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Symfuhny, a team that has been up and coming, was put on to losers bracket by Nasty Plot, who is now waiting in grand finals. These two teams will have 3 games, only 3 games to decide who is going to advance to losers finals time.
Wow, I mean, both of these teams were knocked out on both sides of the bracket, and by the time they've gotten here, they have gone through the ringer of losers bracket, literally taking down other teams left and right just to get here, and now they're going to have a chance at fighting Mama a Whale behind you, and then even Nasty Plot if they can get through this. But we're first going to go to our first game on Barnacle and Dime Zones.
Yeah, Barnacle and Dime, very much an open map where anything is possible as long as you have range, as long as you can take that control. It looks like Blanksy is bringing back the Hydra that we saw earlier. Meanwhile, Symfuhny a bit faster. Instead of backline, they have a Rapid Blaster Pro Deco.
Rapid Pro Deco is such an excellent weapon. It has an excellent special. It has excellent range. Unfortunately, goes down immediately. Let's take the words right out of my mouth, would ya? And speaking of, by the way, Blanksy is actually rushing forward, using that C-Jet and that Junior to really get a bunch of leverage on the members of Symfuhny. Now, this Hydra is actually going to do a great job of just camping out this snipe here, just making sure nobody can hold it and nobody can really make a real push back into zone.
Yeah, right now Blanksy doing everything they need to do. Symfuhny struggling to find their way forward, but they use 3 of their specials right there simply to move forward, and it looks like it's good payoff. 2 plays. Oh wait, no, it's not paying off at all.
You can see Pikachu here is actually doing a great job holding this plat against 3 people, throwing bombs left and right, taking names, taking faces, and killing them one by one. Literally, that's 10 seconds left on the zone, and unfortunately, this 52 could not do anything. Their teammates jump to them with no avail. Even if they pick off this Junior, there is no coming back for Symfuhny. That is a quick and easy game 1 for Blanksy.
And that's a spotless game 1 by Blanksy right there, getting everything they wanted going their way. Perfect game.
Literally textbook. Like the way that they would just hold down mid, especially at the start, right? Like this Junior, these dualies, this 52, just work together so well to try and push themselves back into mid. And look at how they started fighting out on this plot. Literally getting a pick, getting 2. Like you think, oh, I'm about to win this, and then Pikachu, I choose you. Literally just picking off people left and right, sitting on this plat like it's nobody's business. There's literally nothing Symfuhny could do to come back from that kind of lockout.
Yeah, and it's especially rough since it's a best of 3 right now. Symfuhny, they need to get a comeback, and they need to do it now. Right now, nothing they did work. They need to understand everything that happened, fix every mistake that they just did going into game number 2. And it's going to be a Clam Blitz game where your coordination, where your ability to push is going to be so important. Symfuhny needs to fix their comms, calm down, and get their head back in the game, I guess.
Yeah, losing game 1 like that can't be good for your nerves, but the team that loses concentration first will always be the one who loses. Despite being on the back foot, you can always come back as long as you just lock in, and Symfuhny is going to have to lock in on Museum Clam Blitz. Do you have any thoughts about this map, Pat?
It's a Clam Blitz. I've been told recently that ball is life, and you have to constantly pay attention to it. It's one of these Clam Blitz game where you can get a jump super fast from mid onto the basket, which means you have to constantly pay attention to the side, be ready to defend that, not let the opponent simply grab the clam and get under the basket and get quick points from that. So you have to pay attention. If a team is able to really put themselves under a platform, though, they can hold that position and maintain that pressure for very long. But right now, it's all on Symfuhny to maintain that pressure and make that work.
Symfuhny is going to be going into this with a little bit of a deficit because Museum has it's very range focused. You have this Hydra on the side of Blanks, and although I say that, by the way, this 52 is pushing Plat, coming in from behind, getting a pick, and unfortunately getting picked in the return. That was almost huge for Blanksy, but Symfuhny here is going to be holding strong, keeping their mental up as they get that early ball and have that Zipcaster. So we might be looking at a Zipcaster push in order to get them onto this Plat.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure right there by Symfuhny doing what they need to do, but they already lost their backline. They lost 2 players. They need to retreat right there. Blanksy getting the edge, and it's their turn to try to prepare a push with the big bubbler. They're able to open the basket right there, but they lost 2 players. That's going to be a very short-lived push for them. Symfuhny able to limit the damage.
Which is good for them, honestly, especially with the way that they are bringing out their specials. Ooh, unfortunately, Zipcaster is going through it right now. Everything seemed to have happened just now. While we're waiting on a ruling for that, let's talk about what's already happened in the game.
I mean, we saw a very small push by Blanksy. They were able to get control of mid, but a bit too fast to get in there. That big bubbler was far from the basket. It allowed them to put a super clamp in, but it did not allow them to really get control of the area under the basket, which means they were not able to put more clamps in there. And Symfuhny answering the call, able to stop things, and then, I mean, we had the disconnect from our host, I guess.
Yeah. Let's talk, I'd love to talk a little bit about how that push actually worked, because we have some time, right? Like, they all have to get back to the lobby and stuff, indulge me for a bit. When you're pushing on Museum, that block is definitely a hotspot. Like, if you don't have eyes on that block, you don't have anything going on over there, it's very likely that you're going to get flanked and pushed out. Now, the reason why the bubbler on that block might not have extended the push as much as it could have if they were on that plat was because, simply put, it's really hard because once you jump onto the plat, you lose the safety of the bubbler. Literally, it's just a single bomb, a single hit, and boom, it's already gone. It's already over. And in order to, have a sustainable push, really, you should be popping that bubbler on that plat. Though it is good for those quick and easy points, like I said, like, host DC or not, right? It's a pretty good early lead for Blanks.
Yeah, I mean, Blanks, again, they showed that they can get the push, they can get ahead. They still have a bit of momentum, that Symfuhny is still in a playing from behind mindset right now, but they need to get out of that. They need to get their head back in the game. At least that DC means that they should get a second shot. I don't think we were too far into the game, so that should be a replay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a host DC is definitely hot water, right? But because there hasn't been a DC replay yet in the set, we should be able to replay it. Museum is definitely, that first game, actually, like, Blanksy was just so dominant, aggressive, actually bringing out the dually squelchers, which I don't think I see that often, but I see a lot of people talking about it and how it's, like, actually a pretty good weapon. You just need to have a team that can focus on helping it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, especially on Clan Blitz, it's all about coordination. It's all about what you can do as a team. And right there, both of these teams had the move. I feel like it was very early in the game and just a 20 points lead. It didn't matter that much. Both teams still had opportunities to push, still had opportunities to take control. Symfuhny showed a better, the ability to win a fight in this game, which they didn't have in game number 1. So right there, I feel like we have a game. It's just a matter of, can we make the lobby again so we can get the game going.
It's gonna be a little bit before we can get back into the lobby, though. Like, again, a host disconnect means everybody has to get back into the lobby. Everyone has to get back their passwords. That being said, I mean, Pat, there's not a lot to talk about here. We're just waiting, really.
Oh yeah.
weigh in. I mean,
Yeah.
I believe a Hydra is actually like kind of a sleeper pick, honestly. I remember when it got buffed and a lot of people were talking about, well, it's just still bad. Like it's still bad. Like it's just so hard to use. But evidently you
Hydra.
still see people. Yeah. But you still see people trying to make it work, trying to push these comps. Like you don't need a pencil to have a good comp, especially when you have
Right.
a really strong Hydra that gives you chip all over the field, that gives you really good paint, has a really good special. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, it is a sleeper pick.
Hydra is a slow weapon, and it's an incredibly powerful weapon that can do so much. Its few flaws is that A, the pencil can punish it because the pencil can outrange it, which makes it hard on
does?
the Hydra. Yeah.
Oh my god, horrible news for everybody in the world.
Yeah, but that's not that much of a problem because Symphony isn't running a Hydra right now, so it doesn't matter. The other thing that is rough on the Hydra is that it's a slow weapon. You're going to be incredibly powerful, but you're going to be very slow to move as a team, which means your pushes will not be as effective. You get the splats, you can win the fight, but you will not get as much from the fight that you win than you would with, say, a Rapid Blaster Pro Deco that Symphony is bringing that has that speed to compensate for the lack of firepower. And so Hydra is the weapon that can win the fight, but is always at risk of being outpaced. And being outpaced in this game is absolute death.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, it's like two things you don't want to be doing. You don't want to wipe and you don't want to be outpaced. Like if a team is just way faster than you, controlling the pace of the game, forcing you to speed up, and if you can't keep pace, you're just going to stumble. Like you need that kind of rock to anchor you. And speaking of being anchored, by the way, we are going back into this game too. So let's see what's going on here, Pat.
Well, it's going on pretty fast as we see both teams coming back. We have 8 players in the lobby. And let's go take number 2 for Clan Blitz on Museum.
Already you can see Blanks is actually pulling out that same strategy that they did at first, running through that flank, unfortunately going down once again here on the side of... oh my god, I believe that's actually Blanks. Hold on. Blanks is the purple team, right? Yes. So on the side of Symphony, we do have this 52 actually fighting for their life on the right side of mid, going to try and, hold this space. They do have this splatter color screen, going to be forcing this Hydra out of position, getting a pick on that dualies, which is actually huge for them as they're going to be moving forward, trying to get bits of this plat or not, as that screen actually disappears and there's nobody behind it.
Hey, Symphony not getting a push, but they got lots of paint onto mid, and right now Slasher is to the side with that stamp and not able to find much, but the bomb is going to find them. And right now, Symphony are kind of forced back onto their platform. They're simply waiting for what Blanks is going to try now.
Yeah, Blanks has 2 specials. So you can actually see here, they tried to push through that block with the Booyah, with the ball. Nothing happened. This time, Symphony had eyes on that. And now, suddenly, Blanks is being pushed back in their plat.
Yeah, this is the push for Symphony. The Boblo is deployed by Blanks, but it doesn't matter. Symphony is opening the basket. It's a 2v2, but it's 60 already. 2 power clams have been put, and with a screen right under the basket, nothing else will happen actually. There's no more player from Symphony to push. Blanksy stopping the damage. Very nice defense.
Very clean of them, actually, just the way that they stopped it. Just only like 2 balls got in, or the equivalent. And so you're going to see now Symphony doesn't need to make any real big push. Like, of course, if there's an opportunity, they should obviously take it. But right now, they're kind of in a situation where they are safe as long as they can stop that Junior, that CDS, that 52 from getting back on that block and doing something. By the way, hold on, they scored! They scored! They're getting points into this basket. Hold on. Pikachu now is under the Symphony's basket with 7 clams just waiting to be ignored. Nobody sees them. They see their opportunity. They were waiting. They jump across. They have the jump ready for their team. Here comes that jump. Here comes that bubble on that plant. Now, properly extending that push. They have 2 more clams to go in. That's not going to be enough for lead, but that is going to be enough to force Symphony to back up and deal with all of the people behind them. Pyro is actually putting up good pressure up there.
Yeah, that Hydra on top of there is going to be so annoying. They're able to dispose of the Hydra. That is so important. Symphony holding their lead. There's 2 minutes left and they were able to simply hold strong. That is very, very good for them. But Blanks very much creating the surprise and forcing Symphony to look over their shoulder for the rest of the game now. But with 2 players down, this could be another push for Symphony.
Booyah comes out. Wavebreaker is trying to keep them off that plant, but Symphony's inevitable march forward is going to keep going. Almost getting that ball in. Unfortunately, not working out, but now 2 members of Blinks are going down. 3 members of Blinks have gone down. It's just this Stamp in court. They die with that Zipcaster, but now Blinks is in a bad spot because they don't have control of mid. They don't know where the members of Symphony are, and that is huge.
Yeah, it's going to be very rough for Blanks to go forward. They don't have much time left. At least they have a Super Clam at the ready. And a lot of paint and picks, actually. This could be a big push. Pikachu is already under the basket with that Junior. And the Bubbler is going to allow them to pierce the basket. But they get picked. Left and right, just so close. They get the lead.
Just barely getting that lead. Now it's just Gengar fighting it out with this 52. We're in the final minute. We're in fact the final 40 seconds of the game here. They're going to have to mount a huge push if they want to come back from this onslaught. Like, all they need is a Power Clam and 1. That is how significant it is. Literally, they don't need anything else. They just need a single push to get through. But Blanks here is building those specials. They have this Booyah in case of a push. They have a Junior farming for this bubble in case of a push. Literally, they're ready at a moment's notice for things to happen.
Ooh, the Hydra is down. That's going to really be tough on the defense. 2 players down right now onto Blanksy. Symphony looking to get the overtime. They want that push. They have 2 Super Clams and they have 1 player onto the platform right there, but everybody's defending. Here comes everything. 2 players down. The basket is open. They need 1 clam in. They need 1 clam in. They need 1. They don't have a clam. They don't have a clam.
The guy with the clam just couldn't jump. It was over by the time that happened. Unfortunate. The fact that they even got to make that jump was amazing, but the person who jumped in didn't have the clams in order to support that push, and any other person who could have gotten those clams was just down or didn't have anything. It was so unfortunate for Symphony, but Blanks actually having an excellent push in the middle there and an excellent defense at the end, just barely eking out a super close win of that set.
That was such a close game. That was decided by nothing. Symphony simply not able to get that final clam in that final second. And that's a good reminder that every point matters in this game. Every push, every drop of ink until the end is so important. Blanksy is going to move forward onto losers finals, where they will meet the team that put them into losers bracket. That is Mama, the whale behind you.
And Mama is going to be there in just a moment. It's just, oh my god, that was such a photo finish game, Pat. I'm still not over it. It lives in my mind rent free. Like, you can barely even see what exactly happened there at the end. Like, they opened up that basket. They just barely could not get a single clam. Actually, I believe if the Stamper had killed 1 person, all of them had at least like 1 clam.
Clam drop there, right there, right next to them. You can see the
I
snap like
know.
that on the clam. They're
It's
just
right
so
there. It was so tragic. I cannot imagine how that feels. But Blanks, look at how they got their push in, actually strategically actually putting that dueling sculptures up on that grates on that spinner, allowing them to extend that push by just a little bit more.
Yeah, we were so close to it, but in the end, Blanks is going to advance. We'll take a short break so we can get the lobby, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Paddling Pool number 293. We are currently in Losers Bracket Finals, looking at two very strong teams that we've already seen before. Mama, a whale behind you, and Blanks. Pat, what thoughts do you have about these teams?
Well, these two teams met before in this tournament, and the results were a 3-0 for Mama, a whale behind you. Blanks needs to step up if they want to get the comeback, if they want to get the revenge, if they want their way on to the grand finals where they can go, but they need to win a best of 5 against the team that 3-0'd them earlier. That's going to be a rough one. But I mean, they've shown that they've grown. They've shown that they can adapt. They've shown that they can do a lot. We'll see if they have learned from that first set and if they're able to get a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Blanks definitely showed that not only are they very adaptable, but they're also very good at, coming up from behind and taking games when you least expect them. So we're going to be seeing if Mama Will behind you can really overcome this and whether or not Blanks can actually win this grudge match. I mean, look at just these two teams are very strong.
Yep, and right now Mama well behind you is bringing a comp that's very similar to what Symphony was running, which has to feel pretty good for Blanks. They pretty much don't have to change their game as long as they're able to keep the fights going, and it looks like they're already onto the tower with a bubbler to get to the first checkpoint.
Just barely, actually. They're not really breaking that checkpoint as Mama is taking members out, and now Blanks is actually being forced back very far as that tower is now moving forward.
Yeah, 2 players down onto Blanks. Mama is trying to push the tower, but a bit not able to get much of it. Both teams are back into it, back into the fight. We're very even in neutral right now.
A very even neutral indeed. Actually, both teams are actually swapping players back and forth. This Hydra is actually trying to take care of the Zipcaster that is relentlessly harassing them. Luckily does it. Even though this whale comes out, Blanksy is now going to have more control of this tower, taking that early lead and trying to extend it just a little bit. If only they don't get picked off by this relentless bucket that has beautiful arc shots as we've seen in the past.
Every splat ends up being a trait. Every time one player gets ahead, they get punished. As I say that, Mama gets on top of the tower. They're 4 versus 2, moving on to that checkpoint. And Blanksy, they're preparing to move back. They know that that checkpoint is going to be taken, and they're already preparing their defense of the next one.
They're definitely moving very far forward. Now that they have a push going, they're not going to stop that ball rolling, not for anything, as unfortunately that Junior, who is a very key member of Blanks, ends up going down. Now every single member is down except for this Hydra, who is just respawning, just trying to figure out what that they can do in order to stop Blanks from pushing even further. Mama from pushing even forward. Blanks actually on this tower, barely getting taken out by members of Blanks. Now you can see DX here on this plat is trying to hold it as best they can, but Blanks here is actually going to push them out and finally recover from that push, start getting their footing again, start trying to push back into mid.
Yeah, Mama has gotten both checkpoints now. There is no more checkpoints, and there's again 2 players down on the side of Blanks. Blanks needs to defend, needs to make that Booyah Bomb count. It's just going to go on the tower and not find a merge. Mama is maintaining the pressure. They're happy to keep the tower here, honestly. As long as the tower is here, they get more special, they get more time, and they control the game.
And look at how well they're controlling this game, using their specials to isolate members of Blanks, just stopping them from doing anything. This bubble is going to come out. It is going to allow Blanks to get this tower just a little bit more. Unfortunately, though, Mama already has plans for that, strikes for that even, ready to just hold them back from getting on this tower. Like, you can see everyone's rushing to this top left, and if this Slosher can actually get and hold top left, which they do, now it's basically curtains for them as they count down 3, 2, 1. It's barely knocked out as Mama, a whale behind you, takes this first game.
Okay, game number 1 for Mama. pretty strong game. I mean, Blanks, they were able to fight that neutral for so long. They were able to fight into mid, but the second Mama had that momentum, they were getting better positions. They were outplaying Blanksy in their defense, and when Blanksy were playing a bit more solid, making sure that they would stay alive, Mawa was simply taking more control over the map and making sure that their next push would be even stronger.
I mean, just look at the way that they were able to control this game, Pat. Like, the way that they were forcing their way into the exact spaces that Blanks needed to defend in order to keep this game going. Like, the way that they finally got rid of this Hydra, finally got rid of these dualies, finally got rid of the Junior, and now just hopping on that tower just to make sure they could finally knock it out was textbook. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mama doing the job, simply taking control, recognizing the situation, and outplaying Blanksy every step of the way. That's what you expect from a top team for seed number 1 of this tournament, which is Mama well behind you. And we'll see how they're able to do going on to Robo Roman on Splat Zones.
Oh, Robo Ramen Zones is such a map of all time, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, easily cheesable zones map with a single route with multiple chokes into mid. Like, if you're holding this elbow or if you're holding their snipe, it's going to be very hard for them to get any leverage, especially when the only way you can get to zone without going through those areas are dropping through left side and just taking that low ground and being super vulnerable against anyone who's actively holding this zone.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens. Game is starting right now, and we'll see if Blanksy is able to adapt. That... Oh, no more Hydra. No more Hydra, Dynamo instead.
I hold on. I like that. I like that idea. I like what they're going with it. You know, they're adding a cooler to their comp. They're also adding a weapon that can hit over ledges that's really strong in that way. So I actually don't think that's actually that bad of a pick over Hydra, especially when Hydra can't really exert its control over the map in the same way on this map. And speaking of, by the way, Crab comes out on the side of Mama, like pushing people out of this zone to go down on the side of Blanks. Suddenly it's not so safe for them in mid anymore.
Yep, right now Mama taking that control. Blanks needs to stop things. The Dynamo is going to get a trade. That trade is not good because they didn't use their tactical right there. Blanks is going to struggle to push right now as they'll take 2 players. Never mind, they're gonna get a good push.
And very clean push, actually. 2 members of Mama down, like trying to take them out. Unfortunately, though, they do go down. Now it's just Pyro on this, not getting pushed out of mid. Now here comes this Slosh here. Here comes this Splash, taking control of this elbow, allowing their teammates to, you know, hold the space that, like, they need in order to succeed. Literally, it's one after another after another. Even though Gengar gets 2 picks, it's not going to be enough to get back this elbow.
Yeah, and right now Mama has the numbers. They don't have penalty anymore, but Blanks is still in there. The Crab Tank is going to slow them down. Get 1 pick before dropping, and Mikey is... Oh, wait! That's a wipeout. Blanks able to answer. Now they need to make it work. They need to establish their perimeter and defend that zone.
Now that they're able to, and as I say that, actually, the core member of their perimeter goes down. There goes their shot that's anchoring down. This Slosher MM is just wrecking havoc on their team. Even though they get control of the zone back, it's not that safe for them.
Yeah, Blanks right now need to hold that zone. Bazooka is going to fly, but not find much. It's going to be tough. Oh, that's a trade, but Mama is taking back control, back so much as they are fighting to under the zone.
Oof. Picking off that player is actually huge for them because not only do they know about any sharks happening or flanks happening, but also it means they clear out that area, make sure that 52 can't cause any damage. Even the zipping, it's going to like stagger Blanks more. And their goal really is to make Blanks stagger, make sure that they can't recover, especially if they start feeding in, is going to be the best thing they can. And look at how that Dynamo and that 52 actually just ran in and took those punches. Unfortunately, unable to get that zone at the end as Mama, a whale behind you, takes the first game.
Yeah. The second game.
That's the second game. Oh my god. These games are so fast. Like, they're back-to-back knockouts, Pat. Honestly, I feel like this set is passing so quickly. I could blink and I could miss it.
Yeah, well, don't blink. There could be only one game left if Mama manages to keep the control that they had. As I say that, Blanksy, they were doing much better in this game than the last. They are learning, they are adapting to what Mama is doing, and they managed to get a push. They managed to get a wipeout onto Mama Whale behind you, and that's what you want to do if you're Blanksy. Getting better and better, learning how to win this fight. Right there, they only need to do a bit more. They only need to repeat that again.
Just a few more steps, really, right? They almost have it. Like, the sauce to beating a team that's better than you really is keeping your composure, sticking with your values, and like making sure that you don't lose as much space. Making sure that you don't lose those fights, because when you lose fights, every loss, every death is technically a mistake. And if you can just decrease those, the more you play, like, the better player you will become.
And now we're going on to a map mode that both of these teams have chosen. Very much a classic of Rainmaker. It is Undertow Spillway. I hope we see the Dynamo come back, honestly, because this is a good Dynamo map to me.
I mean, I think Dynamo on Undertow, I don't actually see it that much, all things considered. Like, yes, Undertow zones, no Rainmaker, you know? Like, I usually see things like Head It here, or even a Hydra can probably just shred that shield a lot better.
Oh, that's true.
Think about it.
I think about it. But hear me out. Ledges. Dynamo.
Okay, I'm thinking. I don't know. Those ledges might be powerful, but like a Dynamo may be a Dynamo. I
just love Dynamo, okay?
It's true. Listen, the Dynamo reaches beyond what is our truth, I guess. Right? Like it's I don't know. I just don't see it, I guess. I can see definitely them bringing a cooler, realizing that, hey, we're kind of getting outpaced here. We need to either match their pace or force them to play at ours. Yeah. And I don't know. I just think we're going to see that Hydra again. Ooh, I like it. Sploosh as well. So they're going to have a lot of popping power. On the other side, though, Mama's brought out the Bloblobber. And Bloblobber has just as much popping power as the Hydra. Maybe a little bit less, because in my mind, Hydra eats Rainmaker shields for breakfast.
Yeah, and Bloblobber is great at punishing Sploosh. That Sploosh is going to have to move around, make sure that they don't get caught. But right now, 2 down on to Mama. Oh, well, it's a wipeout. Blanksy gets a huge first push. Now they're going to get the checkpoint.
Which is actually going to be really good for them. Like, not all of their members have gone down. Like, relatively speaking, they still hold a lot of mid despite being chased out of it. They're not all down. They're not all struggling as well. Like, here comes the hammer, actually. Hold on, getting picks? That is intense, actually, as Pyro has to deal with the Zipcaster. But, like, the thing is as long as you don't let the Zipcaster take too much of your attention, you're not going to be able to, like, the Zipcaster's not going to be able to get any value. And look at just how that Sploosh gets an effortless 2 down. Now that they can pull back this push, like, Mama didn't even get the Rainmaker checkpoint. So here they go, like, pushing through this left side, or trying to, at least, as this hammer comes out on the right, takes all of the attention of the members of Mama. Now they're going to have to strike to get out of this position. And unfortunately, this Rainmaker is actually pushed back a little bit far because of the members of Mama just pulling it into a corner despite everything that their teammates are doing.
Yeah, it's not stopping, and with 3 down onto Blanks, it looks like Mama is in good position to get the checkpoint themselves. and they have more. They could very much get a repop and the lead right there. The Blob is in front, the Kraken is ready. Oh, okay, that Kraken is going to repop the shield, I feel. Or at least grab? Yep, that's extra points.
Yeah, I mean, just a few more points, honestly. Blink and you miss it. My god. Like, just how quick and how fast Mama is able to push those pushes forward really sets them apart from other teams. Hold on. DX's Shark is coming for this Rainmaker. They pop them very easily. Now it's 2 down on the side of Blink Z, and Mama is like ganging up on this last one. It is literally just this Hydra who is being forced to back up pretty far as the members of Mama are now holding this checkpoint, trying to make sure that their teammates can get through. But Pyro here just pulling off miracles, getting an instant 2 down, and now it's going to be a little more difficult for Mama to finish out that push.
Yep, I mean, Mama, they got a good lead, but there comes the answer by Blanks. They're in position, they're able to get out of their spawn and get back onto mid, but they just used a lot of specials simply to get the Rainmaker to reset right there. That's going to be rough because now they need to be able to get past mid, and going past mid without the special is going to be rough, especially since LM with the Slusher is getting splat after splat after splat. Mama has the control now.
It's going to be a rough ride to get any further than 26, though. Members of Blanks are actually coming across these grates, just taking their little victories when they can. Mikey here is actually with this Kraken, trying to just take as much attention as they can. Here comes the dualies on Blanks, just rushing forward, trying to get anything to happen, and unfortunately not a lot is really happening here. It's really just a stalemate of back and forth, but Blanks might be able to turn it around as they have one special online.
Yeah, I mean, Blanks all losing 2 players as they re-grab the Rainmaker. That's going to be rough. They need these jumps to work right there. It's rough as they are on the clock, last minute time. And Blanks needs a miracle right now. They need such a huge push.
It's going to be, honestly, this game, if Blanks doesn't do something to break it wide open, it's going to be so difficult. Like, they need that. Like, it's impossible for them to be able to get through their checkpoints, get through any part of mid, get through any part of these chokes, honestly, without doing anything. But as I say that, actually, Pikachu is running through with this hammer, just trying their best to get something going. There's 20 seconds left in the game, and Pyro is trying their best not to die here. 3 members of Blink Z are down, and there is 10 seconds left. They need to get to this Rainmaker. Gengar here getting a key pick. Hold on, but they can't break this alone.
Yeah.
They go down, their teammates go down. The Sploosh here is going to try and keep up it, but they're fighting 3 people, and that is going to be game 3 for Mama, a whale behind you, shooting them straight into grand finals.
Mama, a well behind you, repeating what they did in winners finals against Blanks, getting the 3-0, getting it clean, and moving forward to be the only team that beat them in this tournament. That is Nasty Plot. Nasty Plot. So let's take a short break as we can catch our breath a little time, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 293. I'm Time, and I'm joined by Pat, and we're going to be looking at our crazy grand finals match. This is a run back of our winners finals that actually went 2-3 in the favor of Nasty Plot. So now Mama, a whale behind you, is going to have to fight and take Nasty Plot's loser set for them. What do you think about this, Pat?
I mean, it was a close one in winners finals. It was a rough one in winners finals. We had 23 teams enter this paddling pool. We only have 2 left, and these are certainly the 2 best teams we have in this tournament. They are so strong, and they've shown that they can go the distance against each other. We'll see how they're able to do now that we're getting deep into the tournament. I mean, at this point, it's not just about skill, it's about stamina time.
I mean, it takes a lot to be playing a tournament for this long, right? Like, we've been here, like, what, 4 hours-ish? Right around that much?
Exactly.
And tournaments, as you get better, they become more and more about how far you can go in X amount of time. Like, especially with double elimination, when you are winning, you have to wait quite a while in that grand finals match, waiting for losers to catch up to you. But now that we're here, and we're here and now, right, we are going to be going right into Rainmaker Scorch, which I believe was one of the more impressive games that we saw earlier.
Yeah, very much an impressive one. We'll see how these teams do right there. And yeah, so on one side we see a Wiper and a Roller, on the other side a more classic comp for Mama Whale. So I guess it's going to be on to Nasty Plot to really get these fights, to get in there up close so that they can get the splat with the Roller and Wiper.
Last time we saw this match, this map, Nasty Plot was really dominant, pushing through every space that they could in order to make everything happen. The thing is, though, is that, well, Mama isn't going down without a fight this time. They're really warm. They've just played through a bunch of really close sets, and look at just how they've taken out that Roller already, taking control of this elbow almost immediately. It's just this Kraken in mid that's disrupting their push, but Harshi is going to go for it anyway, rushing this elbow, as unfortunately this Wiper is unable to stop them and taking it in the first minute. Look at how Mikey is setting up this crab on the cliff, like pushing all the members of Nasty Plot all the way back. They are not having a repeat of last set.
Yeah, 27 in the first minute, and with a triple ink strike, they get another pop. It's just the pencil to defend for Nasty Plot. Mama is going in 12 points. That is huge. That is so huge, especially since Hashi is surviving that push, is getting back into mid and allowing the rest of the team to get back into the fight. Oh,
Mama, an almost unbeatable push behind you, but not unbeatable because, remember, Rainmaker, anything can happen. Here comes Nasty Plot, actually, with a completely clear mid, easily able to get this checkpoint. You can see actually just removing this pencil, removing this blaster with their players, just getting them out of the picture as best as they can. And now Nasty Plot is in a pretty decent position to start getting good mileage on that Rainmaker, unless this Slosher has anything to say about it.
Yeah, right now, Mama, they conceded the Rainmaker, but they forced it to be reset. They forced Nasty Plot to move back to get another pop, and with a crab tank deployed, there are getting lots of control, but no, the crab tank is punished by the pencil, and Nasty Plot is getting more and more splat. It's just one pencil standing for Mama. Nasty Plot gets another push and another opportunity to get to that ramp.
It's gonna be good, actually, because Anthony with this Kraken. Wipeout, hold on! This is just like last game, but unfortunately for them, they did not knock it out just this time. But Nasty Plot here is going to be defending their title, letting their teammates get back into position in mid with this Roller. Like, they're going to be sharking here, actually, just trying to get something to happen, as this Rainmaker is going to be ejected from Mama's base as fast as they physically can get that out.
Yeah, Mama right now, they know what they need to do. They pretty much need to get to a KO if they want to win this game now. And that's going to be a rough one, especially since Nasty Plot is defending. But Hashi is already bringing the Rainmaker pretty deep in. Nasty Plot defending as well as they can, but Mama waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the special. Hashi getting in there and getting punished by the Kraken. We are still 2 versus 2. This is certainly not over.
Oh, everything is happening on the side of Nasty Plot. They actually reset this Rainmaker, which is usually pretty bad in Splatoon here, especially because of how you lose just an entire player for a lot of time. That being said, though, members of Nasty Plot are now moving through this elbow. These strikes are going to come out and try and stop them from making a proper push on mid, but here they go, especially Heartless. This Wiper is going to be trying to get just any pick to stop Mama from getting their specials going. They have a crab ready. They have their splashdown ready. If only they can just stop them just for a little bit longer. And unfortunately, this 52, this 96 actually is unable to.
Yeah, and right now we have less than a minute left, and Nasty Plot is holding pretty strong their lead. They know that they can simply keep the fight in mid while Mama is trying to simply push, get more and more, but Nasty Plot holding very strong, painting the ground. They know that they only need to hold for 30 more seconds.
It's not actually that long, it's true. Like, but the members of Nasty Plot are going down, grabs the Rainmaker just to stop Mama a little bit more. But Mikey here with this grab gets shredded instantly, but Hashi is trying to go as far as they can. But members of Nasty Plot are not going down, preserving their lives, knowing what's the most important here. And the most important thing here is to stop this Rainmaker. Ant Kraken comes out, gets the pick of the Rainmaker escorts, and is now going for that prize.
Yeah, right now, Mama had to go back to mid right now. They have to reset that push. It's going to be so rough as Nasty Plot activating the bubbler, getting more and more. It looks like it's over for Mama. Nasty Plot taking game number 1. They don't have the time anymore. Yep.
Oh yeah, look at, they're just dancing around, having a good time, because they know deep in their hearts, you know, like, let Ant kill you, like get the mercy kill, like be like, you know. That being said, very strong showing at the start for Mama, right? You don't want to count them out yet. Literally almost got that knockout, back into almost getting that knockout. Both of these teams are very strong contenders. Like, both of these teams are not going out without a fight.
I mean, both of these teams got a push that I would have called, oh, that's a winning push. That's not a push that you don't come back from. It's just that Nasty Plot were able to get to 6 instead of 12. That were incredible pushes, incredible scores. And right there in the end, Hashi not able to get that extra punish that they were able to get. And that means Nasty Plot, again, gets the 1-0 in this final. But this time it's the grand finals, and Nasty Plot, if they win this set, they win the tournament time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, stakes are high right now. Like, they're in the potential last set of the game. They just want to make it a clean 3-0, and they know deep down that they can do it. And the last time that this even happened, right, there was a lot of disconnects, but here they're saying, no, we actually definitely won that set definitively, and we're going to do it again, but this time better and stronger. And Mama is saying, we came through losers bracket, we went through all of this pain and struggle, and we're coming for you, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's certainly not over. Now we're going on to one of the map modes that is favorite of these top players. That is zones on Mahi Mahi Resort. We'll see how these teams are able to do, and pay especially attention when the water drops to these big team fights that you can have on to mid.
Yeah, especially they're going to be bringing back that crab, actually bringing out a double burst bombs. I don't believe I mentioned that last time, but that's actually pretty strong because it gives the slosher even more reason to just get those small chips on the enemy team than just a burst bomb. A simple burst bomb, you know, a simple, like, just a little bit of chip, so much chip coming at you from every single direction. And speaking of, by the way, Mama gets an early 3 down in the first 30 seconds of this game. Now now it is literally just that Pencil who had to get out of there and evacuate the premises, but Mama is not going to be able to get that much leverage off of their push here, though they... Like, as I said, that burst bomb literally cleaning up that kill, that's why they would run those, right? And Anthony here is actually going to be having a rough time with this Kraken, just trying to survive with this wall, though that is going to stall for enough time for their team to try and get back into mid. Unfortunately, does not work out for them. Mama is having a very dominant performance on this map, Pat.
Yeah, full control of the map by Mama. Nasty Plot needs to get back in there, to get their specials ready and to push as a team. They can't get in there 1v1 and get picked, and right now they're going in. The Kraken is on the zone, but the Kraken cannot paint. The strikes are blue, and the zone stays for Mama right now. Nasty Plot needs to paint. They need to grab it. Oh, are they able to paint? All of Mama is respawning, and they're able to cap the zone. That's going to be game for Mama. We are now 1-1.
I feel like I'm getting war flashbacks, Pat. Like that last winner set, literally, unlike that set, it was not 1-1, and then the reverse 2-0 into the reverse sweep, but now it's 1-1, and I can feel like a sense of foreboding. These teams are going to be trading games back and forth. Like, this game was such a clean win. Like, there's a reason why you don't want to go multiple members down in your first push. Like, literally, it colors how you feel and see the rest of the game. You could see right at the end, actually, like, that roller and that 52 were just trying so hard to paint that zone, but that roller was just a little bit too far away to try and go for the picks that the 96 was unable to get. And without that kind of support, unfortunately, they were unable to cap that zone, meaning we're having a super quick game 2 and right into game 3.
Yeah, that's the kind of game 2 that Mama wants. No hesitation, no problem, every fight going their way, all the control on there. Now it's Nasty Plot that falls behind, but remember, they're still on winner's side, so they still have a little bit of an edge. Going on to Clan Blitz on Museum now. We've seen this map mode a few times now, Time.
Oh my god, I feel like I've seen this map every single set, but there's a reason for that, and it's a good map. Like, generally well liked by players of all levels. You have a very strong plat to hold, you have very clear and defined ways to get to this basket, as well as a sneaky block jump as well.
Yeah, that sneaky block jump, you have to look out for it. Well, I expect these teams to try for bigger pushes. We've seen this team really trying to get control, set themselves up with a crab tank, for instance, from Mikey. And that's the kind of things that allow a team to score the big points. Nasty Plot still with the roller wiper. They want to get into these fights, but they need to cut this distance if they want to do that.
And go the distance they probably will. You can see members of Nasty Plot, not a single one, members of Mama, not a single one are actually flanking, meaning that Nasty Plot, hold on, they get an early pick on that wiper, meaning that their plat is starting to become crippled. Mikey's crazy crab literally just pushing the members of Mama into that plat so easily. They already have a ball. It's only been 30 seconds, Pat.
Yeah, and Mama has the control. They have the clans. They have the numbers right now. Nasty Plot is losing, hemorrhaging player Hashi with the ball. They're simply waiting for an opportunity now. They know that as long as they're here, they can maintain the pressure and force Nasty Plot to make mistakes.
And that's exactly how you want to play Splatoon, actually, like forcing the enemy team to make those mistakes. That being said, you know, players on Mama are now starting to go down, starting to make those mistakes that Nasty Plot so desperately needs them to make, forcing them down. Unfortunately, though, for them, Mikey getting a key pick behind, and it's literally just this roller as Harshy runs for this basket, gets the score, and then backs off into plat, trying to hold it for the rest of their team to come forward. You don't really see a Pencil get that aggressive, and that's what sets Harshy apart from others.
Yeah, that's really that ability to recognize the opportunity, but that opportunity wasn't so good because the rest of the team was not ready to follow through on the attack. It's just 20 points. That's a free power clam for Nasty Plot. Nasty Plot is pretty happy with that. As I say that, Nasty Plot loses 2 players. Sunny needs to hit the shots right now. Sunny needs to punish all of Mama, but it's not enough. Mama reopens the basket and is looking to get more. Oh, wait. They're not getting more clams in.
Unfortunately not, Pat, but they do get that Zipcaster keeping eyes on that plat, stopping members of Nasty Plot from getting any further into mid. Literally, like, this roller was doing everything that they could to push their teammates forward, but their teammates are not there with them. And unfortunately, this just means Mama is going to be able to try and hold more and more of this mid, more and more of this plat than they could before.
Yep, and right now, Anthony able to get one with the... Ooh! And getting a second. That's a push. Oh, okay. With the crab tank from Mikey is going to stop the push right there. What?
A curling bomb kill?
On a crab?
What are you talking about? It's literally exactly what I'm talking about. These teams literally fighting tooth and nail, the fairest and unfairest fights you've ever seen in this game. Yeah. That being said, Nasty Plot's push is starting to fall apart as their members are going down by one. It's just Sunny who needs to get out of here and unfortunately is unable to escape from the Slosher's dastardly range.
Yep, right now 3 down onto Nasty Plot. They have super clams, but they're dying. And Mama reopening the basket this time with a few more clams to follow through. That's going to be the big push they've been waiting for.
And it's like, just look at how they pushed it all the way to 48. Literally, the players are still on their plat, still like fighting it out, keeping Nasty Plot held hostage, just making sure that they can't look anywhere outside of that. And that's really the kind of gameplay you love to see. It's just forcing members of the other team to do exactly what you want them to do so you can do what you want to do. It's basically a game of chess.
Very much. And right now Mama is getting another check onto Nasty Plot. They put more clams in. This could be checkmate time. And Nasty Plot really struggling to defend. Just 4 more clams is all Mama needs. But Nasty Plot is able to defend, is able to push Mikey away. That's going to be the end of that push. But in the last minute, Nasty Plot hasn't scored a single clam time.
Nasty Plot is trying to set up a push, but they're playing slow and steady wins the race. And Mama is playing, I'll take every single thing I can, and just look at the way that Slosher dove that pencil, doing anything they can really to remove key threats. Like, they almost lost their ball because of that, and that ball is going to be crucial because look how many points they need. It's going to be a rough push, especially when Nasty Plot is, again, just hemorrhaging player after player after player, going down and down and down. It's really hard for them to even get out of their plat.
10 seconds left in the game. The Kraken is deployed, but the Kraken is completely alone. There is nobody to jump to it. This looks like a game for Mama right now. Yep, and Mama agrees.
Right. Though Mikey is going to be pulling out this crab just to make sure that nothing else happens outside of their thoughts. And Harshy is coming in with this power to save the day and get that game for Mama. So now we are 1-2 in favor of Mama. And now we're going to be going to a crazy game 3. That was, oh my god, that game was, how do I even describe what happened? Like, not a single point was scored.
Yeah.
You know?
Mama simply denied everything that Nasty Plot was doing. There was no... Like, that's the best thing that Nasty Plot got, was simply throwing themselves at the crab tank and hoping for the best. And the best was not enough. They were not able to get much. And every fight, every push, Mama was one step ahead, was getting more speed. As you said, Nasty Plot were playing slow and steady. You can't play slow and steady at this level of play. And Mama were playing faster. And Nasty Plot now, they need to adapt. They need to change their tune. They need to match that speed if they want to deny the bracket reset.
Yeah, I mean, again, what I said in the last winners finals was literally, hey, Mama has now read Nasty Plot. They now know what they're going to do and are going to respond to everything that they have with aggression. That first game was their reset game, and now they're ready and primed to try and take game 4, which is going to be Manta Tower, which is actually... They had a really strong performance last time we saw them on this.
Yeah, Manta Tower, and it's a weird game on Manta Tower because you always have this flank. It's always pretty different how to play, and last time we saw it, people ditched the pencil to go for the heavy edit instead. That's going to change the dynamic of the game a lot.
I mean, listen, right? When you have... Like, obviously the pencil is going to be swapping over to heavy edit because this map is so favored towards Splatlings. But, man, having a blaster on this map, it changes things. And I know that the blaster player who was playing in the last set we saw is not playing this time, but that C blaster is going to be... Well, it's going to cause a lot of problems, let's just say.
Yeah, and right now that Sea Blaster is key, and I'm glad to see the Squeezer come back from Ant, because that Squeezer can take a lot, and his Crab Tank is not going to find anything this time. There's always your Zuka on it.
Yeah, like you can see actually right at the start, they already had a Zuka, they already had that for that crab. Meki's crab sets this set have actually been really intense and really opening up the game for their teammates. Actually, Mama gets this early push, by the way. Pushing for this tower, they have strikes in order to push this a little bit further. Sunny here actually gets popped by MM. Now just trying to pull people off of that plat. That is a crazy wipeout as they approach this checkpoint, Pat.
Yeah, Mama in control right now. They are on a victory lap. Nobody to stop them at checkpoint 2 either. Heartless with the Decavitator wants to stop things at the tower, but not able to do much yet as D-Hex with the Blaster is simply going in there. Getting more, getting punished, but was splashdown.
That was a really good splashdown, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, like, for Mama, who is games up right now, pushing the members of Nasty Plot back and back and back. This is going to be a tough ask for them to get back through, but we saw that Scorch game, and we know that they're capable of coming back from something like this.
Yeah. Mama right now back on the tower. They want to keep the tower here. They want to maintain the pressure until Nasty Plot does the mistake that allows them to get the final checkpoint with Nasty Plot answering, reinforcing their defense, and taking control. There's still a Blaster behind them though. Oh!
Mama, Blaster behind you, and fortunately it gets dealt with. Unfortunately though, that means Nasty Plot did not have the resources to get those players out of their street. Look, you can see even here, right now, Mikey is still sharking, ready for anybody, especially looking for that head-it to just drop, and down 3 members of Nasty Plot goes. It's literally just Anthony and Mid who is forced to jump back, but they do have a Zuka to try and stop this push.
Yeah, and Mama is back to where they were, trying to get to that third and final checkpoint. With 2 players down onto Nasty Plot, they're in a good position to get it right now. Everybody is on there, and that Blaster is still in the worst spot possible.
And down goes that tower, literally right at the end, the Blaster locking off that entire Greats area to allow Mama to get that point. And I believe that means we are going into a bracket reset, Pat?
Yes, we are. We are now 0-0 between these 2 teams. Both teams had the win on the other, but now Mama has not only the reset, they have the momentum. They won there 3-1, and honestly, that last game was very clean by them, really taking control and pushing over and over, not letting Nasty Plot do anything they wanted to do.
That early wipeout was so key for them, allowing the members of Mama to infect the Nasty Plot street and just never get properly removed. And really, this is what allowed them to take it all the way to a knockout, literally 100-0. It was so fast, honestly, just the way that Mama was able to basically download all of Nasty Plot's stats, literally saying, oh, I know you're going to do this, 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 this. Well, what if I did everything else?
Yeah, and time. Can you guess what our first map is?
No way! We're back at it again at Scorch Rainmaker.
Yes, we are. I mean, we're playing the map modes that were chosen by these teams. So it's on the list. It's the first on the list. We're back to it. So Rainmaker, it's been good for Nasty Plot. Despite being a map mode chosen by Mama, this has been the map mode that Nasty Plot has won both times when they played each other.
Maybe Nasty Plot has learned a hidden skill. You ever thought about that?
Yeah.
They realize, wait a second, I'm actually good at this map. That being said, we are going to be heading back to it. Mama realizing, hey, we can't let that kind of situation happen again. For Nasty Plot to be able to build up and make an insane push right at the end, they don't want that to happen again. They know what Nasty Plot's going to do now, and are they going to be able to, overcome that plan and even counter it with their own?
Hey, we'll see. These teams have shown their ability to answer each other, especially on this map, every time going further and further in. I mean, we've seen a push to 6, which is incredible. Same comp, same plan. Let's see what this... Oh, wait, Mikey is bringing a 96 deco of their own. It's 96 versus 96 now.
They are going to lose quite a bit of paint on the side of Mama, but how much does that matter when you're literally bringing in such a strong weapon? Look at Mikey taking an early fight against 2 players, going down, but that leaves a huge amount of mid for Mama to just take and hold as best they can. Literally just the way that now they control that Rainmaker, and they're able to, start making moves on Nasty Plot's court. Though Nasty Plot, Anthony taking a huge play, rushing now to try and pick this pencil, literally just getting barely forced back. Now this is time for Nasty Plot to get this checkpoint. Here comes this Rainmaker about to dunk, and yes, they get that dunk with an excellent bubble.
Yeah, the bubble up protecting not only the dunk but also the repop. Nasty Plot is going to keep pushing right there. This is not going well for Mama. Nasty Plot getting in, getting a wipeout, getting it.
I'm getting war flashbacks. Like literally, this happened in the winners finals. In winners finals, they literally wiped them out right at the end. It had such a clean ride all the way up. But the difference here is the wiper on the side of Nasty Plot actually blocked, body blocked for that Rainmaker so they could properly dunk it. What a game. Mama couldn't even respond to that.
Yeah. Perfect game by Nasty Plot. I mean, these teams have had the time to learn what each other is doing on there. And Nasty Plot really showing what they can do. Really getting that push and getting the 1-0 in what is the final set of this tournament. Nasty Plot is now up.
But don't forget, this is Nasty Plot's best map mode. Every single time they've ever fought Mama, they have always won on Rainmaker Scorch. And I believe they've also won on Rainmaker Humpback. Though we only saw that once, so they might be able to turn it around, because that was a very close game that also ended in a wipeout. That being said, Nasty Plot is not going to want to have a 3-down opening on Mahi zones like they had last time, and they're going to be trying to reverse that and make sure that they can get in and stay there and sustain their presence in mid.
Every set, Nasty Plot has won the first game. Every set that these teams have had. Nasty Plot doesn't want to let history repeat itself going into this next one for sure, because Mama had the control, had everything, and Nasty Plot was not able to find a push in there. It's not just about not letting themselves die in the opening. You can die in the opening. You need to be able to push on this map. And Nasty Plot was not able to do that the last time. Now they need a push.
And they need a really strong one. You could see last game, they did not have the resources really to reasonably push Mama out of mid once they got set up. Even Mikey's crabs were just so dominant, able to take 2 or even 3 down per crab, pushing members out of mid just from those islands. That's such a strong position to be in if you're Mikey. And, the number one thing I would do is I would make sure that Splash can't get up there.
And Here we go, and here comes a splash on both sides. This time we have Vanilla Splash from Nasty Plot and the Vanilla Splash, of course, from Mama. And yeah, let's see how the opening goes. Heartless with the Wiper Deco for these missiles will allow them to push at least.
I like the pick, but the thing is that Wiper Deco with missiles, the only thing you're really displacing, because remember, this is a very fast comp, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to be able to properly displace them when these players already have so much mobility.
Yeah. Nasty Splot right now losing the players, not able to activate the Kraken. That is Mama getting the zone, getting the lead, and ooh, very nice Zipcaster pick there.
Anthony here with the Kraken in the zone, just trying to get something happening, is going to actually set themselves up on a good spot on the enemy's in the enemy's spawn area, forcing actually all of them just turn around, like getting picks, literally letting Nasty Plot into zone for free. But they're not going to stay there for very long, as now, oh my god, RM getting the pick on Mikey. Hold on, that's actually huge for them, because now Nasty Plot can run back into mid. They just need to make sure they can take care of that pencil and that Slosher, who is harassing Sunny out of their spots.
Yeah, that is huge right now. Nasty Plot able to take some control. They found the push, they found the feint. And right now all they need to do is put that Stamper out of the way. That is done, and with the Kraken deployed, Anthony should be able to chase the opponents away. That is a very nice Nasty Plot. I mean, they lost the zone right here, but they're still around it. They're still in the fight. And right now, oh, that's a trade. Nasty Plot is still around that zone, and they're going to paint it again. They don't have penalty anymore. They're still pretty high in points, but they are getting back, as I say that. Mama gets the zone, and get back their control. Nasty Plot needs another push now.
Nasty Plot is getting pushed out of mid, pushed all the way back in their spawn. Literally, the Splash is now in a prime spot to just take care of all the members of Nasty Plot as they come out. This is the one spot that they didn't want to be in. Up until this point, they were able to properly sustain themselves in mid, but now all they can really do is try to get back in with missiles and strikes. And here come these strikes, but are they going to be able to get through? And unfortunately, 2 members go down. It's literally just Heartless here fighting their heart out and getting a pick, and now all they need to do is make sure that their teammates can get there, but there's 10 seconds left on this zone, and they're going to have to push for it in fast.
And with that extra pick, it looks pretty dire for Nasty Plot. Mama is holding that zone, but the zone is flipped. There's 2 minutes left in this game. We get to see more.
More games, more!
Yes!
We actually get to see this Slosher go down. Excellent pick from Nasty Plot. Literally, this Slosher has actually been a thorn in their side for the entire game, picking off this Stamper. Hold on, and they have missiles coming out too to allow them to displace this pencil, displace Mama's painters, get them out of a spot where they're actively threatening zone. This End Splash is putting in work, just making sure they can get as much pain as possible and not die is the key thing for them.
Yep, not die is the word. Nasty Plot, no penalty, not that much point left that they need, but Mama is pushing as hard as they can. The fight for the zone is going. Nasty Plot holding the zone pretty well. The strikes are coming, the strikes are answered, the strikes are cutting the zone, penalties applied, but Nasty Plot is still in control.
Nasty Plot does lose control for a split second, unfortunately giving them a 50-second penalty, but that doesn't mean that they're out of it at all, as now they're pushing and taking in a ton of space. Unfortunately, their 2 main painters go down. This is dire for them as the Crab comes out, literally disrupting the zone. Heartless here, just going down to this Slosher. Unfortunately, members of them going down one after another. It is now flipped properly into Mama's control, and they are properly locking Nasty Plot out of this mid.
Yeah, right now, Nasty Plot need to find their way in. Heartless going deep in there, but they need to get the fight back into mid. The missiles are close, and they're going to be thrown right now. Nasty Plot needs to get in. There's just 15 seconds left, and actually, the zone is going to get KO'd now.
Yes, it's honestly so easy to see. Like, once they were out of mid, it's so hard to get back in. And the one thing you don't want to do is get caught in a corner on one of the sides of Mahi with your back to the water, because there is quite literally nowhere you can go but down. And unfortunately, members of Nasty Plot went down again and again 3 times on their pushes. And that means Mama is going to take game 2 of this bracket reset.
Yeah, we are now 1-1. These two teams are staying neck and neck going into the next game. The next game, though, is another game that Mama won the last time. It's Museum on Clamblitz.
Now that is surely, like, okay, Museum is a game we've already seen before. We've already seen it happen before on both times.
Yep.
The thing is that it's painfully obvious here is that Nasty Plot, it has a very hard time coming through without like such a slow and steady strategy. Like, Mama will take every pick they can get. They will take every inch that you will give them. And Nasty Plot takes a lot and then gives it out in one big push. So the problem here is, how do we get out of that kind of situation? How do we adapt our strategy in order to overcome such relentless aggression from Mama?
I mean, both of these teams have shown that they're able to switch up what they're doing, have shown that they can adapt their game, change, understand why their opponent is beating them, and change the way they play so that it doesn't happen again. I am sure that Nasty Plot will change the way they play, will not be as slow as they were in the previous time, and will be able to answer the way Mama is playing. I mean, in this Mahi game that we just saw, Nasty Plot, yes, they lost the game, but they were matching that speed. They were matching these fights. They were able to get these pushes. If they bring back that energy and just adapt a little bit more, they know what Mama wants to do on this map, so now they can counter it.
The problem, I think, is being able to adapt on the fly, to be able to view very quickly at a glance, oh, hey, this is what I need to do in order to do this. And it's not a cut and dry solution, right? You're going to have to throw things at a wall that you think will work in order to understand how they will work. And being able to do that, hold on. This is a new comp for them. Is it not?
I mean, all of these weapons we've seen before, we haven't seen them bring the V-Splash, but that's very similar to what they brought on Tower Control on Manta Maria. It's just like with that heavy edit, they want to go fast, they want to move around as a team, which for clan-based is a very good idea because it allows you to have 4 players forward with the clans.
Which, yeah, it's actually really good. And they have a lot of paints, a lot of aggressive pushing power that's going to allow them to take out 2 members of Mama in mid. Now they're going to try and get rid of this bucket. Unfortunately, this bucket is not going to go down into the fountain. Ends up jumping out, and now Nasty Plot is going to try and take a lot of control as mid as much as they can. Crab comes out, strikes come out. Literally, here come Mama's aggression, like relentlessly throwing every single thing they can at you. It's strike after bomb after strike after bomb after slosh after everything.
It is not stopping right now. Mama is going to open the score with already a clam in the basket, and with 2 players down onto Nasty Plot, Mama will get more clams in there. That is 56, and a super clam jumping in for 36. That is huge. They're still on the platform. Time. Woo!
Oh my god, literally just pushing it further and further. Like, yes, they're not going to be able to extend this push any further than 36, but they're going to be able to hold this plat, and that is invaluable. Like, having control of plat literally means you can make a push whenever you want, at your own pace, and Nasty Plot's going to have to fight an uphill battle to get through.
The only thing that stopped that push was the fact that Mama didn't have clams anymore to throw in the basket. They had thrown all the clams on the map into the basket. Now they still have their control, and they, oh well, never mind. They don't have their control anymore. They have to jump away, save that one super clam. This is Nasty Plot's turn to prepare a push, to get control, to get their clams, but they need to make it count because that was a huge first push by Mama.
Right? It's members of Nasty Plot are actually starting to go down. The crab here is going to enable Mama to push a little bit further into Plat, but Nasty Plot has a Zuka and a bubble in order to counter them. They're going to need to use their specials wisely though, as Mama is able to literally take like partial control of their plats, be able to like have a Zipcaster, have a cooler. Now members of Nasty Plot, while they're looking at all of these other distractions, here comes this Clam, just putting more and more attention on the things that they can't control.
Yep, right now Nasty Plot is back in trying to defend. The Crab Tank is deployed just in time to not get splatted by Hashi right there. Hashi needs to move back with a pencil and just dodge away. That's not going to work. Nasty Plot getting a huge pick right there. They're gonna get another Super Clam, and one more pick allows them to go forward now. They have their way onto the basket time. We have a game as long as Nasty Plot is able. Oh, they lost their players.
Down they go indeed. They're losing their push onto Plat, and unfortunately there's no way for them to keep going with it. Hold on! Decapitator in their bubble. They pop that bubble on Plat, but it's going to actually give them enough space in order to get a pick on that pencil. That is huge. They're now looking at Mikey. They now have a crab on top mid, just putting more and more bullets, more and more pressure on that Plat. They have a power. They have the people, but can they actually dunk it in is the question.
Yeah, they need to control the area around the basket, and right now they open it. They have a lot of clams as they're going in, but they need to get the splats as well in order to secure these pushes. Oh, Mama is able to stop things right there, getting splat after splat. That's not going to be enough for Nasty Plot. Though Anthony is still in position, able to slow down Mama, not slow down at all actually, are going to go in and getting a double.
But in return for that double, Nasty Plot has gone 3 down, which leaves their Plat wide open, and in comes Mama, a whale behind you, literally streaming through. Crab on that platform, crab on that spinner, Zipcaster coming for this this headache, like literally harassment after harassment after harassment, like rushing that Plat, running through, just doing everything they can to get just a few more points. The basket has opened. They have scored 2 power clams. MM is now on that top left area. Literally, they just need to get these 5 clams in. 2 clams now, and fourth, like they're jumping in those 2 clams. Hold on, 1, 2, it's over. Hashi gets those last 2 clams as Mama takes game 3 of the set.
And Mama will be the first team to be on tournament point right now. One more game is all they need in order to win this Paddling Pool 293. But don't count Nasty Plat out yet. They have shown that they can get the comeback. They were so close to getting pushes left and right, but every time Mama outplayed them by a little bit. Now Nasty Plot, they've shown they can do it. They've beaten Mama before. Now we'll see if they're able to do that again, but it's do or die for them now. One more game is all Mama needs.
Keep in mind, right, throughout this entire game, we've been watching Nasty Plot play slow and steady, rush in when we need to, like, and they've gotten so many close good pushes, as you've said.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing, right, is if Nasty Plot wins the next game, it's very likely that they win the set, because they have won every single Rainmaker match that we've seen so far.
That's true.
Very definitively with knockouts or almost knockouts. So if they can just get through Sturgeon, and Sturgeon is a very snowbally map, like Sturgeon Tower, if they can hold this tower and propel it forward, they can probably use a similar kind of strategy they used for Rainmaker. This is definitely something I bet they picked.
Oh yeah, they did pick it. I'm sure they have a strategy at the ready for it. Is Mama able to anticipate that? Is Mama able to counter that? We'll see. But yeah, it's certainly not over for Nasty Plot. And as you pointed out, yeah, they are so good on Rainmaker, which would be the tiebreaker.
Exactly. I just need to get through Sturgeon Tower. I just need to get through Sturgeon Tower. Like, if they can do their same strategy on Rainmaker and just keep it going. Sturgeon Tower it's so snowbally. It's like the definitive reason why tower control is as loved or as hated as it is. And you'll find a lot of varying opinions on that kind of thing, where you can push that tower past each checkpoint. Literally, if you're unable to stop them, it's basically curtains until they get right at the end. And as long as you can keep riding that tower, I can see it going either way.
Yeah. I feel like Mama is bringing a very, very good comp for this. With both the Blaster and the Slosher, they will have lots of opportunities to contest the tower. As I said, that Nasty Plot doesn't care. They get 2 splats already. That's going to be an early push for Nasty Plot, I guess. Oh, well, unless Mama is... Oh, no.
Ooh. Oh my
It's
goodness
not stopping.
gracious. Yeah, they are getting pick after pick. Now, here comes Nasty Plot's first push. Sunny on that tower. Literally, you can see this roller actually wrecking havoc on this court. But Mikey with this crab is trying to stop this tower from going any further. Unfortunately, it doesn't do a lot as they get flanked from behind and killed by Heartless. Now, this tower is just snowballing out of control straight into this second checkpoint, as now Nasty Plot is setting up specials, setting up bubbles, setting up house, honestly, in Mama's court, literally just sitting on that final checkpoint, waiting for the game to end.
And we're past the final checkpoint. Nasty Plot is looking to get the tiebreaker, to get the final game. 2 points. And it's just Mikey. They're on the tower. We got a game 5.
I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. You can quote me on that.
You didn't know that. I believe you.
Both of these teams are capable of running through such a snowballing map. Literally, if there is any way that you can turn an early advantage into a sustained push, this team knows how to do it, right? Like, Nasty Plot has been showing every time that they can get a proper real advantage, they can sustain a relatively strong push. The difference here is Mama will take many strong pushes, many small things, and combine it into one larger thing that hits so hard. But Nasty Plot prefers to sustain, push forward, and like make sure everything fits together perfectly. And once it does, literally 0 to 100. Like, it's so difficult to come back from that.
And as you said, the game that embodies getting that one big push, the mode that is the best for that is Rainmaker. Now going on to the final game of this tournament. Will Mama be able to shut down Nasty Plot on their favorite mode? Will Nasty Plot repeat what they did the last time these two teams played on Rainmaker Humpback? We will find out in 5 minutes or less. But I mean, I don't know what else to say, Time. We've seen everything tonight.
Well, let's go over what happened in the last Rainmaker game really quick. Mama was winning, literally got a push to 23 within the first minute. And then for the entire rest of the game, they spent it stalling out until Nasty Plot gets a very clean advantage over that checkpoint with, I believe, getting 1 or 2 down, scores the checkpoint, members of Mama start pouring out of spawn, and suddenly Nasty Plot gets a wipeout and literally knocks out the Rainmaker. And this is exactly what happened on Scorch. This is exactly what's happened previously, right? And this is what happened in Sturgeon. And this is what they want to do next. But Mama knows what's coming. They're expecting it. They know that this is Nasty Plot's best mode, and they need to beat the master at their own craft.
Yep, let's go. Let's see what's happening. And as you said, don't get wiped out. The splat is going to be so important right there for both of these teams. Mama getting the early pop, but already losing their 52 to a fight, and that's more splats in favor of Nasty Plot right now. On top of that heal, as Mama is trying simply to contest the position.
Mama is doing a great job of getting this mid, getting this good advantage as members of Nasty Plot are starting to go down. This is not the kind of opening you want to see if you are Nasty Plot. Literally rushing for this slosher, unable to turn that into mileage. Literally members going down left and right. It's just Heartless and mid as they get a free Rainmaker checkpoint off of that.
Yeah, Harshly going to the safe side to make sure that they would have this checkpoint, and jumping away just to make sure, okay, we do not get wiped there, we do not let Nasty Plot get an easy checkpoint themselves. Very, very clean first push by Mama.
And Mama, they are not out of it yet. Even though Nasty Plot is now properly back in mid, instantly actually popping open this Rainmaker. Literally, they start going down as soon as this hammer ends. Nasty Plot realizing that they have to make something happen. They have to make that clean opening wider and wider, as wide as they can. But unfortunately, Mama is doing a great job of taking the wins where they can, getting those fights, getting those picks, and there goes Mikey, off to go find an advantage spot so they can get their splashdowns in. They can get those people on those ledges, just trying to do anything to stop that push. And oh my god, here comes Nasty Plot actually stopping that push in its tracks.
Yeah, stopping that push with lots of picks. That will allow them to go forward. Right now, the Bubbler is deployed in mid to win the fight. Nasty Plot getting to that checkpoint. They're not that far from it, and Mama needs to get specials if they want to defend right now. Nasty Plot has the resources. Or do they? Well, no, they're back into mid.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost the clean opportunity that they needed to break that checkpoint, to get through. And unfortunately, they had to back up because their teammates started going down.
Ooh.
Like, they need to find another opportunity like this. And they here comes this hammer, and here comes the squeezer behind it, picking off members of Mama. Hold on, they're starting to go down. This checkpoint is open for them, but at what cost? Because look and see just how hard they're fighting for it.
Yeah, but with the big Bubbler deployed onto the checkpoint, that is pretty much a tied game. We'll see what team is able to get the push, but the repop is going to be pink right now. Nasty Plot has the lead and are pushing forward. The strikes are going to slow them down, but they're still in control of the Rainmaker, and Mama knows that they are in danger.
At the very least, their respawns are going to be a little staggered, so you're not going to have something where they all wipe out at the same time and get instantly knocked out. Now, Mama knows that they just need to make sure that they don't get too far into their base. Look at how carefully they're all playing, actually. Members of Mama trying so hard to not go down, and look, Nasty Plot having a lapse in their defense actually lets the Rainmaker go down, and unfortunately, that is the end of their push at 44, which is nowhere near safe on a map like Humpback.
I mean, we've seen these teams, both of these teams, push much further than that on this map as well. It's going to go further, and with less than 2 minutes in the game, Nasty Plot don't rest easy as Mama is right there looking to get things going, but they lose 2 players. Right now, Hashi is going to wait for the jumps, pummel that street so that they can go in as soon as they can. They still have a lot of time to do so.
But the members of Nasty Plot are separated. They are staggered. Gets the lead just barely as this roller does not have the range to instantly KO from that bubble. Unfortunate that this happened again, but now Nasty Plot has the Rainmaker on their side, and they're going to be able to, try and push through mid as best they can, as long as they can get at least 1 or even 2 picks off of this Slosher and off of this Blaster to make it happen.
Yeah, right now the Rainmaker is going to reset that. An easy pop for Mama right now. They are in the lead, and with just 30 seconds left, they only need to hold that lead. They're bringing the Rainmaker back. They know that they only need to defend it. Hashi simply firing the Rainmaker forward, not letting Nasty Plot approach. They lose 1 player, but they only need to hold for 10 more seconds. They lose their players though. Oh, that's a delayed wipe. Nasty Plot, they can repop right there. And they grab.
They can't grab. There's too much stuff happening around that Rainmaker. And unfortunately for them, they all go down as Mama, a whale behind you, takes Paddling Pool 293 on a bracket reset game 5, Pat. That was insane. What a beautiful... Pulling that Rainmaker back to that exact position means that there was no way that they could lose, because having all of their members just respawn and bombard it with everything, they need to pick it up. There's no way that they can.
Incredible games by these 2 teams. Incredible stamina by these players, going the distance, going so far in, and ending this Rainmaker game on such a different note that all the other Rainmaker games that we saw them go so deep in. But there, the lead was taken by nothing, just at 42. And then Mama, being the team that played slowly, being the team that slowed things down, which was like the opposite of what we saw them do for most of this tournament.
Winning by 2 points is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh,
2
yeah.
points with an incredibly unsafe lead that if Nasty Plot had transitioned to go to the right instead of the left on their push, so the left instead of the right on their push, they would have probably not even been able to win that. That is just so close, literally buzzer beating, like tie breaking, quite literally actually tie breaking as we were 2-2 going into this game.
Yeah.
In kinds of intensity that you don't really see all the time.
Yes, congratulations to Mama a whale behind you. You are our new paddling pool champions, and now time. I'm very tired from all of this emotion. Before we go, where can I find you on the internet?
Honestly, it's... Speaking of which, it's been 5 hours, hasn't it? Literally 5 hours of back-to-back straight one match into another on the stream, Pat, and I really respect you for being able to commentate for so long. That being said, you did ask me a question, and let's just say I might be on the Blue Sky right now, and I might be kind of drawing a lot of art and posting it on there. So if you want to check it out, it's the same as my ad on the stream for fun. How about you, Pat? Where can people find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky as well. If you remove the underscores from the out of the screen right now, that's my Blue Sky. And if you leave the underscores, you can find me on Twitch, where I stream sometimes, but I won't be streaming much because I'm going to a LAN. If you live in the UK, I'm going to Splat Legacy. Come and say hi to me. I want to meet you. I want to say hi and meet people. So I'll see you there if you are at this LAN. And I'd like to give a special shout out to our supporters on Ko-Fi, especially Squidadle and Joel Marmalade. You guys are helping us organize more tournaments, and it's really, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Yay, we love paying our people. Thank you so much. Smiles with my teeth.
Yeah, thank you very much. And especially thank you to Jorian, our observer for the night. You can find Jorian as well on social medias as at Jorian51, I think, or Jorian23. Yeah, 51 on Twitter. Okay, and Jorian on Twitch. Thank you so much, Jorian, for being our observer. And that's going to be it for us. There will be Triton Cup on Friday if you love more Dapple production actions. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.